some of your motivations for testifying, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And your motivation was you wanted to tell the truth, you're saying, right?
Yes, sir.
And you wanted to give the case some closure is what you said, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you also told me that you're a changed person, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now does changed person mean that you're a changed person all over the place, not just in the courtroom, but in your behavior outside the courtroom, you're a changed person too?
Objection, it's a vague question, all over.
Approach.
Where I'm coming from, I get that in court, people are going to be on their best behavior, but when you're not in court, as far as being a changed person, you don't use the swear words anymore? You don't use profanity in any way anymore?
Sometimes I do, sir.
Okay. Same type of profanity you used in the interviews?
Definitely not as frequently, though, sir.
Like changed person, respectful to your mother and stepmother?
Yes, sir.
Do you use profanity when you talk to them?
Sometimes I do, sir.
Like recently, right?
But I would say it, but not like just joking around with them, not like
Okay. All right.
in any bad way.
Were this issue about smoking marijuana and doing dabs in the shed, do you agree with me that drug or alcohol use impairs people's ability to observe things?
It can, yes.
It also observes people's ability to remember things, right?
It can, yes.
Okay. Well, and you were, I assume that you have a lot of knowledge about how marijuana and dabs would have affected you in 2016 because you were the subject of this experimentation, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the events in the shed, you told me yesterday you couldn't remember anything before the video, anything after the video. What is the reason for your lack of memory as to those, when you answered me yesterday on those issues?
Objection, Your Honor. This one I need to come to the bench.
Okay. Sidebar.
I'm not even suggesting an answer to you. I'm just saying what has affected your memory about those events in the shed? You can answer me whatever you feel has affected your memory. Was it the drugs? Was it the passage of time? Just give me an answer on that.
Probably just passage of time. I don't remember exact conversations I had, almost 3 years ago.
And you're saying you never knew about that video from Alyssa before it was discovered by the police in the second trial?
I don't remember it, sir.
Okay, we left off you're high and you're walking to Elmeninger's house, right?
Yes, sir.
And none of you are dressed for the weather, right?
No, sir.
All right. How long does it take to walk to Elmeninger's house?
20, 25 minutes, sir.
And speak up a little bit. I know you can speak louder than what you're speaking. Who's with you when you're walking to Elmeninger's house?
Me and Dominic Johnson and Austin Barrett.
And you voluntarily went with them?
Yes, sir.
Good. Tell me exactly what happens when you get on the Elmeninger property.
We came from the back way through the neighbor's yard.
Why?
Shortcut through the woods instead of walking all the way around the road. We went behind the garage and then we went up into the garage that's not attached to the house.
Why?
I don't remember exactly why.
Who decided to go in the garage?
I don't specifically remember, sir. I would assume Dominic, because he was the one talking to Eric on his phone.
Well, let's not assume, because you're under oath, so let's leave the speculation assumptions out of this, but if you don't remember, just say you don't remember. You don't remember because you were high, right?
I don't know if that's the reason, sir. It's been a long time.
Just don't remember, right? We'll leave it at that. So it's you, Johnson, Barrett, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what's he wearing?
Jeans, white Adidas tennis shoes, sweatshirt.
And you haven't seen the 9mm pistol at this point?
No, I haven't, sir.
On this day I'm talking about.
Not until later, sir.
Right. But going back to the guns, I think we started talking about them. You were familiar with both these guns, right?
Yes, sir. I've
Yeah,
seen them
like
before.
for example, you knew the 9mm was a Springfield, and you knew the caliber. So when you told the police it was like that 40, it was like a police type gun. You knew exactly what kind of gun it was, right?
I think I recall it being a 9mm. I don't know if I knew what the exact make and model it was back then, sir.
Well, you saw the gun before the 13th, right?
Yes, sir.
And you handled the gun before the 13th, right?
Yes, sir.
Under what kind of circumstances did you handle the gun?
I don't know. I think he just showed it to me.
Say what?
I think Austin just showed it to me.
You think? I mean, you were there. Was this another situation where you were high and can't remember?
I don't know, sir.
What month was it that he showed you his 9mm handgun?
Maybe late September, early October.
Where was it? Where did this happen?
He had it.
Did you see it more than once?
I've seen him with it maybe 4 or 5 times, 6 times.
How many times have you handled it?
Twice, 3 times, 2 times.
And did you say you shot that gun or not at Devin Peterson's?
I don't think I shot the 9mm, sir.
How about the 40? Did you shoot the 40?
Yeah, I think I might have, yes.
Okay. Why do you say you think you might have? You don't know whether you shot the 40 caliber? I mean, that's like a pretty easy question. I'm not asking you for any kind of detailed explanation. It's a yes or no.
I think I have, yes, sir.
Okay, what's your answer again?
Yes.
Thank you. And how many times did you shoot the 40 before?
Once.
And who else shot the 40 in the group?
Eric.
And?
I think David Evans was there.
And?
That's it at that time, sir, I think.
How about Peterson?
I don't recall Peterson being there for that.
And who produced that gun when you shot it before?
That was Eric's gun, sir.
Have you seen Johnson shoot that gun before?
No, sir.
Have you seen him handle that gun before?
Before when? The 13th?
Right.
I don't recall seeing him handle the gun before the 13th.
All right, so you're in the garage. What happens as soon as you guys get in the garage? Now, before I should say, the garage is cold. There's no heat in it, right?
Yes, sir.
There's no electricity in it, so it's dark, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's almost totally pitch black, right?
Oh, not pitch black, but it's pretty dark, sir.
And take us from there.
We went into the garage. Dominic got a hold of Eric, said we were in the garage
How do you know that?
because he told me, he texted him. We waited 5-10 minutes
For what?
before Eric came out.
What was he gonna do when he came out?
Just hang out. He said that he was not word for word, but he was having an altercation with his dad because David Evans showed up, and he
How do you know
hadn't checked
that?
in.
How do you know that?
He told us,
Who did?
Eric,
When?
when he came into the garage.
Okay. Did you guys smoke marijuana before Eric Almanair came into the garage?
While we were waiting for him in the garage?
Yeah.
I don't think so, no, sir.
Who brought the marijuana to the garage?
Eric did.
And what was it in when he brought it to the garage?
Glass jar.
How big?
I don't,
Compare it to the water thing on your podium there.
smaller than that, I think. I don't recall exactly how big it was.
And now, you're still high from the marijuana and dab use in the shed, right?
Yes?
Okay. And your objective is to get even higher in the garage, right?
Sure, yes.
All right. And your objective is also, in addition to being high, to get drunk too, right?
Eric brought alcohol out.
I'm talking about
with-
your objective. What is your objective? What are you trying to accomplish in a garage that's, 30 degrees or 20 degrees warm?
Well, Eric texted Dominic and said that he was getting drunk, so that was a part of what we came over there for, yes.
Right, so it's game on, everybody's getting high and drunk in Eric's garage, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he brings out the marijuana, and what happens next?
He also brought the alcohol out with him.
What did he bring?
One was some kind of weird gin. The other one was Southern Comfort, I think. I don't remember.
And I assume you guys aren't very picky about the type of alcohol or the brand of alcohol that's going to be consumed, correct?
Yeah, it's not a luxury, so
So, how does the marijuana, what does he do with the marijuana?
he gave it to Dominic, and Dominic started loading it into a pipe.
Okay, and it's still dark, but he brought the pipe?
Dominic, yes.
Yeah. So how was Almeninger able to carry the jar of marijuana and 2 bottles of alcohol into the garage?
Also speculation.
Well, he was there, he saw
Lay
it
a
happening.
foundation, if you saw.
Yeah.
So.
You testified he brought all that stuff. Did he make 2 trips?
No, sir.
How was he carrying the stuff?
I think he had the jar in one hand and the 2 bottles in the other hand.
You think?
I don't specifically remember how he brought them in, sir.
All right, so the pipe is being passed around, right?
Yes, sir.
And the booze is being passed around,
Yes, sir.
and everybody's drinking out of the bottle?
Yes, sir.
And are you focusing on one bottle first, downing one bottle first?
We didn't finish the bottle, sir.
Well, which bottle did you start on?
We drank the one that wasn't gin.
The Southern
Yeah,
Comfort?
Southern Comfort.
Was the whole bottle consumed?
No, sir.
How much of the bottle was consumed?
A little more than half.
Right, so this is 4 guys now?
When Eric came into the garage, he was only there for a couple minutes because he said that his dad would notice him gone.
So 3 guys smoke marijuana and consume half a bottle of Southern Comfort, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in the garage.
Yes, sir.
So you're building on the previous high that you had, and now it's being elevated to a different level, right?
Yes.
Because you also have alcohol on board, right?
Yes, sir.
And so Eric Almeninger was just a delivery boy. He brought the stuff there, and then he had to go back to take care of business at the house?
Yeah, he said when he got a chance, he was going to come back out.
What are you and Dominic Johnson and Austin Barrett talking about when you're passing around the pipe and passing around the bottle? I don't want you to speculate. If you don't remember, say you don't remember. If you remember, say you remember, and tell me what it was.
I don't remember specifically, sir.
But you do remember getting high and drunk, right? Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't say I was very drunk at that point, but yes, I was drinking and smoking marijuana, sir.
But were you very high?
I don't know on a level how high I was. I was high.
Well, I mean, you testify that's your objective. This is what the group does. You guys get high a lot, right?
Objection. High, what does that mean?
Exactly. That's what I'm
I think that's what he's trying to
That's
ask.
what I'm trying to get at.
Issue.
So,
trying to get it from the experts.
Objection.
How high were you?
Overruled. Go ahead.
How high were you?
Decently high.
Yeah.
I don't know how to
And is that the reason you can't tell us anything about any conversation in that garage on that night?
I can't say for sure why. I can't remember. It's been a long time, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So 0, you can't tell me one thing that was said in that garage by anybody.
After the second or third time Eric came out, Dominic was texting him about blankets. I remember that.
Okay, you're saying
Or
Eric
something.
Almeninger made 2 or 3 trips into the garage?
Yes, sir.
So it sounds like he's being like your servant?
I wouldn't say servant. He couldn't come out
Well,
for long periods of time because his
Right,
dad
but-
might notice he was gone.
his first trip is delivering marijuana and alcohol to his buddies, right?
Yeah, he stayed there for a couple minutes.
What's his second trip?
He came out with Christian Ward.
Christian Ward didn't stay, did he?
No, he was only there for a couple minutes.
And what did he bring on his second trip?
He came out with Christian Ward. That's it.
And what happened? He just walked in there with Christian Ward and then they walked out? Or what happened when he came in with Christian?
He just kind of introduced us to Christian. I had met him once or twice before.
So you didn't need to be introduced to him if you met him before.
Yeah, we were acquainted.
Do you remember Christian saying anything?
Just kind of like, what's up, I'm Christian, just when Eric kind of introduced each other. And then after a couple minutes, he
Christian
was
wasn't game to hang out and party with you guys, right?
no, he wanted to go home, sir.
Right. And then the third trip that Almeninger made into the garage?
He was just coming out to hang out.
And do what? Smoke marijuana with you
Yeah.
guys?
Yeah,
Drink with you guys?
yeah, he drank a little bit.
Any conversation after the third time he came back to the garage?
That's when I remember Dominic texting him saying something about blankets. That's what he said, I'm gonna ask Eric for blankets or something like that.
So why do you remember like what text Dominic was sending and you can't tell us anything about the conversation in the garage?
Because that was when Dominic said, Eric said we could go into the camper. He said he was gonna come bring a crowbar out or something to pry the door open.
Why did you have to move to the camper?
There's blankets and stuff in there, sir.
So again, I'm almost at the end of the garage. You don't remember anything else being said in that garage?
Not specifically, sir.
And then you moved to the camper?
Well, David came in a little bit before we went to the camper.
Almost at the very end?
He was in there for a little bit before, or he was there when Dominic was texting Eric to.
How long
like,
was David Grunwald in the garage before all of you moved into the camper?
I don't know. I didn't have a phone. I can't say specifically. Maybe 20 minutes. I don't remember.
And
Specifically.
what was he doing when he was in there?
He was smoking.
The stuff that Johnson was passing around?
Yes, sir.
You knew David, right?
I'd met him before.
Dominic Johnson knew him too, right?
I don't know. They went to the same school, but I don't know if they knew each other.
All right. And you say, was there anything, you don't remember anything about the conversation once David Grunwald got there?
He just came in. You know, it was kind of like he just came in hella quick, and nobody knew exactly who he was. I kind of recognized him, and then once he said, "What's up, guys? My name is David," kind of introduced himself, and Eric came in a couple minutes later because he heard the truck pull up. And he thought his dad was going to notice, but he came in and introduced us. Hey, what's up? This is my Nick, David. David, this is Dominic, Austin, Bradley.
Well, again, so let's get back. Almeninger is introducing David to Barrett and Johnson, right?
Yeah,
He didn't have to introduce him to you because you had been at Almeninger's house before when David was there.
I still think he introduced us again. Well, I'd only met him one time. Maybe I've seen him at school, but I don't remember really ever talking to him, sir.
All right. And are you leaving anything else that you can remember about what happened in that garage? There's no joking, there's no ribbing, there's no BSing, there's nothing like that that you can remember?
Nothing specifically, sir. I can't say specifically.
So now all of you guys are feeling cold, right?
Yeah, we were.
Despite being high, right? You're still feeling cold?
Yes, sir.
And so then who decides that there's going to be a break-in into Rodney Almeninger's camper? Who comes up with that idea?
Eric did.
After you guys told him you were cold, right?
Yes, sir. He said he's going to come back out with a crowbar.
Was that, so now is this the fourth trip by him? Because blankets were in there, like there was marijuana and alcohol, came back with Christian Ward. You said something about him coming back with blankets.
I didn't say coming back with blankets, sir.
Said he brought blankets.
I don't think I did. I don't remember, sir. If I said, I don't think I said bringing out blankets.
So, 3 trips?
And then he came out a bunch of times. I don't remember. It was 4. He came out to introduce David. 5. He came to bring us a crowbar. He came in and out of the camper too a lot.
So Almeninger is just bouncing back between the house and the garage at this point, right?
Yes, sir.
Just bringing you stuff, checking in with you guys, and taking a hit off the pipe when he comes in there?
Yeah.
In the bottle?
Yes, sir.
Now, again, whose idea was it to break into the camper?
It was Eric's, sir.
What did he say specifically?
That he was going to bring something out to pry open the door. It was locked. He couldn't get the key.
And all you guys said, good?
Yeah, I think so, yes.
So tell us what happens next.
When he brought the crowbar out, he I don't remember. I think it was Austin. I'm not sure. He came into the garage, handed the crowbar in, and said to be quiet because his grandma was up.
Did somebody try to kick the door in first?
Kicked the door in.
Yeah, of the camper.
No, sir. It opens outward. The door opens like this. It didn't open forward
Right.
inside.
So who takes the crowbar again?
I think it was Austin.
How big is this crowbar?
Regular size crowbar.
What happens with the jar of marijuana and the 2 bottles of alcohol?
They were brought with. I don't remember specifically who brought them.
Who carried them to the camper?
I don't remember specifically who brought them to the camper.
But the marijuana jar ended up in the camper, right?
Yes, sir.
And your fingerprints were found on the marijuana jar.
Yes, sir.
That means you touched the marijuana jar.
Yes, at some point I did, yes.
In the garage or in the camper?
I don't specifically remember, sir.
And when you said Dominic Johnson was putting the marijuana into the pipe, did somebody have their cell phone out as a flashlight so he can see how much marijuana he's taken and how to stick it in the pipe?
Yeah, he had his home screen on, sir.
And he was using that as a light?
Yeah, just like when you press the home button and your phone lights up.
Mhm.
Couldn't turn the flashlight on because it didn't want Rodney to see or anything.
And because you know that, because that's what who told you?
Eric said that he didn't want his dad to find us out there.
And you guys didn't want to be found out there either, right?
Not particularly.
Right, I mean, that was the specific reason you guys went into the cold garage instead of Almenninger's house, because you didn't want Rodney to know that you, Johnson, and Barrett were at Almenninger's house.
Yes, correct.
Because he would suspect that what's going to be going on is a bunch of marijuana smoking and
Also
partying.
Speculation.
I don't know what Rodney
Overruled.
would think.
But you need to re-ask the question.
I mean, there was no other reason for you guys to go in a cold, dark garage other than not to be detected by any adults, let's call it.
Yeah.
Give me some other reason, if you have one, as to why you would go in a
I
cold,
said
dark.
yeah. I said yes, sir.
All right, tell us about the break-in.
I don't remember specifically who broke it in or who broke open the door.
And you're high at this point. When you're giving us this testimony about these events, you are still high at this point, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then, you heard a testimony of Rodney Almenninger, right?
Yes, sir.
So you heard his testimony that trailer had been cinched up for the winter, and it had a tarp on it, and it was a heavy type tarp, not just your standard blue thin tarp. It was a heavy tarp that he had put with ropes around the trailer. You heard that, right?
Yeah, over the top,
Okay.
sir, yes.
And that tarp was still on the trailer when you guys were breaking into it, right?
It wasn't like folded over both sides. It was kind of on top. Yes, sir.
Yeah, but I mean, it was hanging over the sides, right?
Not that I can recall. I don't.
And tell us how Almenninger breaks into his father's camper.
I don't remember who broke open the door, sir.
So it could have been you.
I didn't do it, but I don't remember who
Well,
else did it.
If you don't remember, then how do you know it wasn't you? If you're high and you can't remember who did it, how do you know it wasn't you?
Because I would remember doing something like that, sir.
Okay. So your memory is a selective type memory, right?
I wouldn't say that, sir.
No? All right, so you don't have any idea who broke into the camper, right? That's how we're leaving that issue?
It was one of the other guys, sir.
All right. And then what happens once the trailer's broken into? Everybody is standing around the door while one person is crowbarring the door, watching in anticipation.
We were also watching the doors downstairs because I heard Eric's dogs barking a little bit.
Let's talk about your objective now. What is your objective as far as the camper?
To get in there from the outside. It's cold out there.
Had you been in the camper before?
I've been in that camper before, yes.
How many times?
4 times.
Had you smoked marijuana in the camper before?
Yes, sir.
So you were very familiar with this camper, right?
I'd been in it 4 times, though, and I was familiar with it, yes.
Because Eric Almeninger was a buddy of yours, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you had been in his room before, right?
Yes, sir.
You had been in the camper before.
Yes, sir.
You had been in the upstairs of the house before.
The middle part, yes, sir.
You knew Rodney Almeninger.
Yes.
You had met Myler Almeninger, right? Right?
A couple times, yes.
Yeah. So eventually the camper's broken into, right?
Yes, sir.
And who goes into the camper?
Dominic, Austin, David, and me.
And how is heat going to be provided for the camper?
Eric was talking about plugging it in. There's blankets in it.
But what?
There's blankets in it.
Okay. So there was no heater going at the time, right?
Not at the time,
It's
no.
cold, and it's dark, right?
Yeah.
Darker than the garage?
It was, yeah, it was pretty dark. The blinds were closed.
Right, I mean, you see, State's Exhibit number 77 is on the PowerPoint right now. And you see the front windows are closed, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
And the tarp was still on it at the time too, right?
Over the top, yes.
Yeah, and this is November in Alaska where it's dark at that time, right?
Yes, sir.
And what time are we talking about now when the camper's broken into?
I would say around 7:30. I don't have a phone.
Remember I asked you about rule following yesterday, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now this is an example of the group not following rules, right?
This could be yes.
You knew that you were not supposed to be in that camper.
Yes, sir.
You knew that getting a crowbar and breaking into it was improper, right?
Yes, sir.
You decided to participate in this, correct?
I waited until the camper, yes.
You were in with the group with the plan to break into the camper.
Yes, sir.
There was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You guys were breaking into the camper, right?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that if Rodney came out there, he would say, "Get the hell out of here right now," right? He probably wouldn't call the cops, but he would have all of you leave immediately, right?
Yes, sir.
But you could have gone back to Alyssa's at that point, right?
I could have, yes.
So tell me, now that we're on this subject, why didn't you just, okay, dabs and weed at Alyssa's, marijuana and alcohol in the garage, wasn't that enough?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was waiting for Alyssa's parents to go to sleep.
Is that really what was on your mind at that point? You were
Yes, sir.
strictly waiting, you were strictly biding time, waiting for her parents to go to sleep?
That's pretty, because she couldn't come out until they were asleep, so that's what I was waiting for.
I know, but it was a Sunday and you had been in the shed before. There was no issue with you being in the shed during the middle of the day when the parents were home.
Yeah, but she,
They're not keeping track of who's in the shed, you know that. That's why you stay there.
yes, but I was waiting for her to come back out, and so I was just biding my time with hanging out with Dominic, Austin, and Eric.
Point is, you could have left after the garage, after getting more high and getting drunk, you could have left and gone to Alyssa's, right?
Yes, I could
There
have,
was
sir.
nobody forcing you to stay at Almeninger's house.
Nobody was forcing me, no, sir.
Right, and you knew things had changed, right? Because it changed from a normal party, like you guys have had many times before, to Eric breaking into his father's camper. In other words, committing a crime. He's taken a crowbar and damaging a door to his father's camper that his father uses for his livelihood.
That's what,
What?
that's not unnormal.
Oh, it's
Kids that
not?
take
It's not
risky
unnormal.
chances.
That's not unnormal for a kid to take a crowbar to a camper?
It's just having fun with your friends, sir.
It's what?
It was just having fun with my friends.
Okay.
It wasn't like there was any malicious intent there, sir.
You know, Rodney would have a different opinion about that.
I don't know what Rodney would think, sir.
All right, this fun, breaking into the camper is fun, right? It's exciting.
It
It kind of
probably
goes,
was at that time.
kind of goes with that badass gang image all you guys are trying to put out there, right?
See, that's a exaggeration, sir. We weren't trying to
How
be.
is that an exaggeration? Why is criminal mischief fun? Why is property destruction fun?
I never said, sir, that I was trying to be a badass gangster.
No?
No, sir.
All right, how long does it take to break into this camper?
Maybe 10 seconds. It was old anyway. The door was, the frame was weak at the time anyway.
So if you say it was fun, I imagine there's some laughing and joking while Almeninger's trying to break into his dad's camper, right?
I don't remember I don't remember specifically anyone who actually broke into the camper, sir. There was some joke. I don't remember specifically what was said. So
All right, who gets into the camper?
it was Dominic, Austin, David, and me at that point, sir.
And you're saying it was darker in the camper than in the garage, right? Almost pitch dark.
It was pretty dark, sir. I don't know how to give an exact.
You were in the Sally Port and you saw the camper. Without the light in there, it was dark and that was in a lit room. And here we're talking about nighttime and there's a tarp over the camper and there's no electricity or lights in the camper, right?
Yes, sir. The only lights were from phones.
So, and it remains dark throughout your stay in that camper, right?
Yeah, the only light was from people being on their phones, sir.
Exactly. So pitch dark except the phones, the lights from people's screens. How many people had their phones on in the camper?
The only people I remember were Dominic and David.
And what happens in the camper?
For a while, we were just smoking.
Okay, let's back up. Somebody, pulls out another pipe or rolls a joint? What happened in the camper?
Somebody grabbed a tray off the top bunk.
Who?
I don't remember specifically, sir.
How are they able to find the tray in the dark trailer with all that stuff in the trailer?
Calls for speculation.
Well, he was
A,
there.
How were they?
You can lay a foundation. You can answer the question.
Who grabbed the tray?
I don't remember specifically, sir.
How do you know they grabbed the tray?
Somebody reached over me, sir.
You don't remember who it was?
Not specifically, sir.
All of you are literally within touching distance in that trailer, right?
I was laying on the bed. Austin, Dominic, and David were all sitting around the table, at the bench, sir.
Where's Almeninger?
I don't think he was there at that point, sir.
So again, he breaks in and then he scoots back over to his house? So he's doing the same thing, he's coming back and forth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he breaks in, he doesn't stay to smoke? And he,
I don't remember who broke in, sir.
all right. But he doesn't go in the trailer, you're saying?
Not at that point.
So someone, quote unquote, grabs a tray, right? And then what happens next?
They started grinding up weed.
Who? Who?
See,
Could have been you?
I was laying on the bed, sir. I didn't.
That's not the question. Could it have been you? Because you say don't remember, so it could have been you that did the grinding?
I didn't grind it, sir.
So I'm sensing this pattern here. You're not doing anything. Everybody else is doing stuff. You're not doing anything, right?
I was just hanging
Along
out,
for the
sir.
ride?
I was just hanging out, sir.
Yeah.
I was just waiting until I could go back to Alyssa's.
Someone grabs a grinder. What happens next?
They started rolling joints after that.
Who's they?
The people at the table, sir. I don't know.
Not you, of course, right?
I was just laying down on the bed.
Okay.
I had the sleeping bag propped up under my head. I was just laying there with my feet kind of dangling off the side of the bed, sir.
So, by the way, when you're giving this story, like, you know that the only people that can give this story are you, Johnson, Barrett, and David Grunwald. And we know David can't, right? Those are the only people that know the truth of what happened in that camper, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And certainly you have followed their cases, right? Johnson's and,
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
you certainly know they're not going to testify in this trial, right?
Objection. Oh,
Right.
this trial?
Yeah.
They don't know if the state's calling rebuttal witnesses.
Okay. Well, you know they have the same choice as far as testifying that you
They.
do. Well, it goes to his preparation of his
The
testimony.
question was, who's they?
Yeah. So Almeninger, you know he's not going to testify in this trial, right?
I don't know.
You don't know that?
I don't know what he will do, sir.
Okay. You know Johnson's not going to testify in this trial.
Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I don't think it does. Judge, it's 2.5 years, and he's been working on this case diligently, preparing for his testimony. He knows, whether the other defendants have the same rights as he does in their own cases.
But that's not the issue, and I think you just need to move on from the
Yeah.
other.
I mean, what I'm saying is you have a lot of, the word I'm looking for, artistic. You can put your spin on what happened in that camper pretty freely during this trial, right?
I'm telling what I remember happening that night, sir.
Or not remembering, as the case may be, right?
I'm telling you what I can 100% for sure remember. You told me if I don't remember, sir, not to say it.
All right, so you're still high when the joint is being rolled, right?
Yeah, there was a few of them being rolled, actually, sir.
Right. One for everybody?
I remember them getting passed around.
And your objective, get as high as you can.
That's what we were doing, sir, yes.
Right. And when you roll a joint, you gotta be somewhat careful when you roll a joint as far as putting the marijuana in the paper. Not everybody has the ability to roll a joint, right?
I don't know.
You've rolled joints before, right? What do you mean you don't know?
I mean, I don't know the abilities of others.
Well, you can't roll a joint in the total dark.
Yeah, I said the only light it was coming from people with phones.
So they're not using their phones as flashlights. If somebody's rolling a joint, they're not using a phone, the flashlight feature on a phone, because all phones have flashlights nowadays.
We were trying to be quiet and not, have a bunch of lights going
But you're also trying to roll good joints so everybody has another smoke, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was accomplished, right? You don't know who did it, but the joints were passed around and everybody's smoking again, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're getting higher, right? Is it fair to say that this is all building high in the shed at Alyssa's, higher in the garage at Al Meninger's, even higher in the camper?
Yes, sir.
And the booze, is there more alcohol being consumed in the camper?
Not much that I remember. It was mostly in the garage. There was some in the camper, but
How much is left in that Southern Comfort bottle in the camper?
it was only like half, a little more than halfway gone, sir.
Well, that's what you said with the garage.
Well, that's what I meant out of that part of the night, sir.
And the ones drinking, you said David wasn't drinking because he had to drive, right?
Yes, sir, that's what he said.
In your testimony. So it's you, Johnson, and Barrett drinking in the camper, right? In addition to smoking marijuana.
Yes, sir.
Everybody's smoking the marijuana, right? Nobody's being left out of that.
Everybody is smoking, yes.
And can you tell us anything about the conversations in the camper? Anything at all?
Just some joking. I wasn't, it was all normal conversation at that point, sir. Nothing that stood out.
Well, enlighten me. What kind of things was being talked about?
I don't know specifically, but the way people were talking, nothing stood out in my mind at that point, sir.
Well, how about this business of you talking about, quote unquote, David talking shit in the camper?
I don't specifically remember what he said. I mean, it's
Well, you
just,
said that he was kind of talking shit to everybody. In the December 6th interview that you have studied, you said he talked shit to everybody, and specifically said something about you being raped or something. Remember that in the December 6th interview?
I don't recall saying, but I recall it being in the interview, yes, sir.
All right. So were you making that up? I know your December 6th interview is full of lies, but was that a lie or was that the truth when you said that?
I don't specifically remember any of those comments, sir. I mean, it's
So-
in the transcript, but I don't remember saying them.
All right, so now we have a third category of statement in your previous interviews, and that is the, I don't remember if that was a truth or a lie, because I just don't remember about that one. So we got, right, correct me if I'm wrong, the previous interviews you gave to this man and others, they fall into the categories, per your testimony, of either truths or lies, or statements that were made, but you can't tell us if it was a truth or a lie because you don't remember what was going through your mind during the interview. Is that correct?
I don't understand.
Well, I'm asking you, you made a statement that David was talking shit to everybody. Was that statement on December 6th the truth, or was that a lie?
I don't remember making that statement, sir.
Maybe you should show him where it's at.
Yeah, I will. I am not, I'm not at the transcript point. I know he's had it in his hand. You had that transcript in your hands during your entire direct testimony, right? You haven't come across that line?
I didn't go page by page.
All right, well, I'm not gonna do that, but I'm gonna
Beyond
get
the
back
scope
to,
of direct anyways.
I'm gonna get back to the transcript. I'm not gonna go through it line by line, but we'll get back to that part. So, again, you don't remember any joking or people like kidding each other or anything like that during the camper episode?
It was, as far as I could tell, it was normal conversation, sir. I don't recall anything like malicious or anything being said.
All right, so it's the same for all three, right? Like, you don't remember what was said in the shed, right?
Not specifically, sir.
You don't remember what was said in the garage specifically?
Just about how we got into the campers.
Right. And then you don't remember specifically what was said in the camper?
You said that if I was not 100% sure, sir, to say that I don't remember.
Might as well get that statement out of the way.
What page?
31, I actually highlighted it so you don't have to fumble around with it. You can take this. You're gonna need it later. See the part that I highlighted on that page?
Yes, sir, I
You
do.
want to read it to yourself first? What did you say in the interview, December 6th, about what David was saying?
I said,
Just read it exactly. Don't skip anything out.
oh, yes, sir. I don't know, like he was, I don't know, saying stuff to Eric.
Stop. Eric wasn't there, right?
In the December 6th
trying
interview,
to-
or
No, we're
in what
trying-
really
yeah.
happened?
Right, we're trying to discern truths versus lies. So you're just focusing, I'm just focusing on these two statements on page 31 that are highlighted, and trying to determine, like, is it the truth, is it a lie, or is it fall into some other category? So when you said, like, he was, I don't know, saying stuff to Eric, so let me break that down. Was David Grunwald saying stuff? Let's deal with the first part of that, your statement. Yes or no?
Was he saying stuff to Eric?
No. Was he just saying things? Let's not get to the Eric part yet.
He was
In the
talking-
camper.
Yeah, he was talking in the camper.
All right. Was he saying stuff to Eric? Now let's go in the second part of your answer.
Uh,
Just testified Eric wasn't there.
In this interview,
Right, I'm comparing your interview to your version of reality. So I'm simply asking you, was that the truth or was that a lie? When you said, like, he was, I don't know, saying stuff to Eric, was that the truth or was that a lie?
when Eric was coming into the camper, yes, they would talk.
Now, this is about him talking shit, quote unquote, to everybody in your own words, right? The context of this statement, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because what do you say in your next sentence?
And then he asked me if I got raped or some shit like that. And he was calling Dominic something. Like a fucking, I don't remember what he was calling him.
All right, let's look at that second sentence. And then he asked me if I got raped or some shit like that. Were you telling the truth about what David was saying or not in that December 6th interview?
I don't remember making the statement, sir. I mean, I said it in the interview,
I know,
but I don't remember saying it.
I get that. The transcript and the tape shows you made that statement. So let's get over that part. I know, I
Yes,
get
sir.
it that you're saying you don't remember making that statement. That's not even an issue at this point. You made it. It's on the recording.
Objection.
Well, it's not, it's cross-examination. I'm
What's the
narrowing.
objection?
Well, he's answered that despite a transcript, that's not, he said it didn't refresh his recollection.
I'm not trying to refresh.
You can't change
I'm
that.
confronting him with
He
inconsistent
just needs
statements.
that, it's an inconsistent statement, so he just needs to answer, did he actually say that or not? Or
Yeah.
does he remember?
So I know you're saying you don't remember, but it's in the, you have the transcript in front of your face, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's in there, right?
Yes, sir.
So let's assume you said it, if it's on the tape.
No,
and-
our objection. you
Well,
can't
this is
assume he said
this
it.
presumed, well, Judge, we know he said it because the jury heard the tape. What are we doing here? Doing circles around ourselves?
No, what he needs to answer is, does he, the statement was made.
It was made.
So
That's
he
what-
needs to basically answer,
Is
not
it-
if he made the statement, but did he,
Right.
is that statement
He
the
has
truth?
Independent recollection today.
And that's what he needs
I'm
to,
not trying to refresh his memory, I'm asking him, was
know.
that the truth, or was that yet another lie?
and that's a fair question.
I don't remember making this, I don't remember if it's true or not, sir.
How about the next one? And he was calling Dominic something like a fucking, I don't remember what he was calling him. Do you remember making that statement in the interview?
I don't remember this, I don't remember saying these things, sir.
Do you remember sitting in your seat when we were playing that interview to the jury?
Yes, sir.
All right. But you still don't remember, after having sat through the interview, you still don't remember, that didn't refresh your memory about making that particular statement?
In the interview, I said it, today, I don't remember.
Was that the truth? If you said it in the interview, was that statement the truth? Or was it a lie, per your testimony right now?
I don't remember him saying stuff like that, sir.
So you might have just said it and have been lying during the interview, is what you're saying?
Yes, sir, I don't remember.
Why would you make something like that up in the interview?
I don't know, I was under a lot of pressure in that interview, I felt, sir.
But how would it benefit you to say that David was saying these things to the group? I'm getting into your mindset during the interview, which was explored extensively in your direct examination. How would it benefit to say that David say these things? How would it benefit you?
I don't know specifically what I was thinking at that time, sir. I just know that I was trying to minimize Austin's and Dominic's involvement in this, sir.
What you were trying to do is do your best job you could at lying to the cops, is what you were trying to do, right?
About Austin and Dominic's involvement, sir, yes.
So about a lot of things, right?
What things?
What things, sir?
Well, how about the first two interviews when you said you didn't know David Grunwald?
Yes, sir, I did say that. But
Would you say that you became quite an accomplished liar during the course of November and early December of 2016?
an accomplished liar.
Right?
I was just trying to do what I was told, sir. That's there's
So
not much more than that.
you knew what Dominic was doing on his phone in the garage, right? You knew he was texting with Almeninger.
Towards the end, yes, about blankets and stuff, sir.
And did you know what people were doing on their phones in the camper?
I wasn't really paying attention. Dominic was on the far side of the table, sir, sitting at the bench. I don't know what David was doing on his phone. I was just in the.
So your answer is no, you don't know what he was texting or messaging on his phone in the camper. Is that your answer?
I don't know what he was doing on his phone, sir.
And what happens next? Everybody is smoking, some talking that you don't remember. What happens next?
Later, I don't know exactly what time, while we were all kind of sitting there, just, I don't remember exactly what was being said, but Rodney opened the door, sir.
How do you know it was Rodney?
We seen him. When he opened the door, I sat up because I was seeing who it was, but it was Rodney put his head halfway in, and he was looking at the drawers next to the door, and he opened it up, and he grabbed something. I presume it to be a key, because when he shut the door, he locked it with the key.
How do you know you're not hallucinating from all the drugs you've been using that day, as far as Rodney coming into the camper?
Marijuana doesn't make you hallucinate, sir.
And what happens then?
As soon as he came, as soon as we seen him, everybody just stopped moving, and
And the people in there are who?
that point is me, David, Dominic, and Austin.
Almeninger's not in there, right?
No, not for that, sir.
And then what happens?
At some point,
Was there any conversation after that?
yes, sir, I don't remember exactly what it was about, specifically, word for word.
Well, you just told us that you have a distinct memory of seeing Rodney Almeninger come in there, reach into a drawer, get a key, and you're saying you can't remember anything that was said by any of you after that happened?
It was just like, you want me to tell you the gist of what it was,
No.
roughly?
No, I just want to tell me what you remember. Use the exact words. I know the kind of language you guys used back then. Use the exact words, make it real.
Well, I don't know the exact words, sir. That's why I don't want to say, well, something like this, or this is kind of what they said, or something like that, sir.
But your testimony today is, other than that, everything is totally normal. Just partying, people getting high, normal stuff for you guys up to this point, right? Another day in the life of the group, right?
In the life of the group.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you guys do regularly.
Like I said, sir, it's not, we don't have money for that type of stuff. We don't have $20 every day to go and buy marijuana to get high.
How much did you pay to get high on that day?
At that time,
Right on that day, on November 13th, how much money did you spend to get high on that day?
I didn't spend any money, sir.
Exactly.
But
So you're still able to find the stuff despite your lack of finances.
sometimes, yes, sir.
And this was one of those times.
Yes, sir.
What happens after Rodney closes the door?
I don't remember the exact conversation that happened after that, sir. I know what the basis of what it was about, basically, but that's not what you're asking for, so I can't tell you.
Tell us what you remember happening next.
Just,
Without using legal things like basis and what I'm looking for, just tell us what happened next.
somebody said, kind of like, do you think he's seen us? Or just kind of freaked out that he just came in and didn't see us at all. It was like,
Were you using Johnson's phone to contact Alyssa to see if her guardians had left her house at this point?
I don't remember, sir.
Well, John, you testified that you could use Johnson's phone. You used it later that evening. You said your intent was to spend time there until you could go back to Alyssa's to be with your girlfriend. Were you using Johnson's phone in the camper to contact Alyssa? You said that was your primary objective, is to find out when her parents would go to sleep.
Yes, sir.
You used
I did
it?
say that. I don't know if I used it. I said that. I don't know.
Why
if I
wouldn't
used
you have used it? Here's the question. You told me you're waiting for her parents to go to sleep.
Yes, sir.
You don't have a phone because your phone's broken.
Yes, sir.
How are you going to find out that her parents went to sleep so you can go back to Alyssa's?
Our parents don't usually go to sleep until way later, so I wasn't, at that point in time, it wasn't a priority. I don't remember using Dominic's phone in the camper, sir.
Would you say you got sidetracked by all the smoking and drinking?
Ambiguous.
Kind of forgot about going back to Alyssa's because you were too busy partying with your friends?
I don't know. It's a possibility, sir, yes.
What happens next? Are more joints being rolled? Or does people still have their first set of joints? Or
Like I said before, there were a few joints rolled up. I don't know specifically. Sometime after that, after Rodney came in, I asked for a joint of my own, and I got it and lit it, and I was laying there smoking, and David got up. He said he needed to use the bathroom, and he wanted to ask Eric if he could go inside to use the bathroom.
Almeninger came back at that point?
No, but he was saying I should ask Eric if I can go inside and use the bathroom.
He was talking to the rest of the people that were in the camper, including you?
I'd say, yeah, generally he was saying that. I
Right,
don't-
there's no boss of this party or operation, right?
No, sir.
Okay. So he was just saying, I need to go to the bathroom, right?
Yeah. And Dominic said that or I don't even know if it was Dominic for sure that said that. I remember somebody saying
Saying what?
that that'd be stupid because Rodney didn't want us over there in the first place.
So it could have been you that said that, if you don't remember who said it, right?
See, I don't specifically remember making that statement. I remember it being said, though, sir.
Why don't he just go outside and go to the bathroom?
I don't know, sir.
He just got to go pee, right, doesn't it? Right.
Yes, sir.
And the trailer's outside, it's dark outside.
Yes, sir. I don't know what he was thinking at the time.
And did somebody respond to him saying, don't do that, or don't go out of the camper, or what was said to him?
See, I only remember somebody said that would be dumb because Rodney didn't want people in the house.
But David had been to the house before, right?
Yes, sir.
And what happens next?
He said something like he was going to just use the bathroom in the camper, even though it didn't flush and stuff like that. It was.
Did any of you guys care that he was going to use the bathroom in the camper?
I don't remember anybody being particularly too worried about it.
Right. So he goes in the bathroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Does he close the door?
Yes, sir.
Do you hear him urinating? It's quiet, right? There's no music. It's dark.
Yes, sir. I don't specifically remember hearing him urinate, sir.
And what is going on between the three of you when David's in the bathroom?
Dominic and Austin are sitting over there, and I was sitting on the bed smoking. There was some conversation, but Dominic was kind of like saying stuff on his phone. Like, I think he was referring to his phone. That's what it presumed to be. He said something like,
Objection. Presuming, speculating, so I'm asking that the prosecutor be very specific so that we don't have speculation,
Well,
assumptions.
he actually beat me to it. So you're saying you're on the bed,
I'll let him continue.
but Dominic Johnson is saying in real time what he is messaging to Eric Almeninger?
yeah. 'Cause
Why? Why would he be doing that?
Speculation. He's not,
Who is he talking
how many-
to?
he's asking a question.
That objection is sustained. That is speculation as to why.
Your mic closer, please? Thank you.
Who is Dominic Johnson talking to?
At the time, I didn't know.
And what is he saying exactly?
He's like stuff Dominic says. He's like, "What a nut," or something like that. I don't.
That's it?
It's other stuff like that, but I remember that statement specifically.
And you don't remember any of the quote-unquote other stuff?
Like I said, I was laying on the bed smoking. I was kind of half-heartedly joking around. I don't remember specifically what I was saying, but he was kind of ignoring me. And Austin was sitting next to him, reading what was on his phone. And then Dominic kind of set his table, or the phone down on the table, and said, like, he just kind of tossed it on the table. He said something about right now as he was scooting out of the spot, out of the bench. And he went around to the door, sir. And Eric handed him a backpack.
So you're saying there was no conversation between you and the other guys about what's going to happen, other than you hearing the statement right now? You're saying there was no conversation in that camper while David was in the bathroom?
Not, not about any of this, sir.
Or is it not that I can remember?
There's not words that I can specifically remember.
And you still have the marijuana and alcohol goggles on when you're telling us this account, right, about what happened in the camper? You are high and you are drunk when you're giving us your version right now.
At that time,
Right.
I was smoking a joint, yes,
Now
sir.
my question, you were high and you were drunk when you were in the camper.
Yes, sir.
And you agree that being high and being drunk impedes one's ability to accurately observe what's going on around you.
That's why I haven't said specific conversations. Because I don't remember the specific words that were used, and that's what you asked me not to do.
Are there red flags? I'll stick with your story. Are there any red flags coming up?
No, sir, not at the
None at all. All right, just typical, another typical day in the life of the group?
Yes, it's
Okay.
typical of when we hang out.
And Elmeninger comes in and has a backpack, right?
He didn't come in all the way. He just, there was a little block there, and he stepped on it. I kind of sat up because the door opened, the outside door, and he handed the backpack to Dominic. And Dominic kind of backed up, put his foot in front of the door,
Which door?
the bathroom door. And well, as Dominic's kind of grabbing the backpack and putting it back, Austin is at the same time trying to scoot out from the bench area, sir.
Now, and this is all within the time frame of somebody, of a young man urinating, right? So we're talking about what? This is all during the course of 1 minute? All this happened? Everything came together within the course of 1 minute, you're saying? When David was in the bathroom?
It felt longer to me, sir, maybe 3 minutes.
And what happens next?
When Austin got up, that's when I seen him. That's when he had his pistol, the XDM, in his hand. I seen that at that point.
And then what?
While Dominic was reaching around in the backpack, David started trying to open the door, sir.
And what did Dominic get out of the backpack?
He got the Ruger 40, sir.
Let's stop right there, okay? You testified yesterday, these are all your buddies, right?
Yes,
Right?
sir.
You testified yesterday you were never scared of them before November 13th, right?
Yes, sir.
Why did you not go, whoa, 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 guys? What are we doing? We're partying here. What's going on here? Why didn't you say that to your buddies? You're saying that didn't happen?
I didn't, at this point, sir, this is, all this happened over like 20 seconds, and I was kind of drunk and high. It didn't fully register until what happened, sir.
So unlike the garage where Dominic is telling the group what he's texting to Eric, he doesn't tell the group in the camper what he's texting to Eric Almeninger
No, sir.
before David came out?
No, sir.
And you're still, what, on the bed, I presume?
Yes, sir. When the door opened, I kind of sat up, but it was just Eric passing in the backpack.
And then Dominic beats David. Right.
After,
Dominic, according to your testimony, Dominic beats David, right?
Yes, sir.
So on 12/6, you snitched out Eric, right?
Yes, sir.
But even worse, you were a liar snitch.
Yes, I did lie.
Because according to your testimony in this trial, Eric didn't touch David Grunwald with the pistol,
Yes, sir.
right? So you snitched out / framed a 16-year-old juvenile for a pistol whipping which according to your testimony didn't happen, right?
Yes, sir, that's what I was told to say when next time I had an interview, sir, yes.
Because you obey everything Austin tells you to do, right?
Because he threatened me, sir.
So you threw Eric Almeninger under the bus
Yes, sir, I did.
because
In that
you knew
interview.
he was incarcerated already on December 6th, because he had been arrested on December 2nd, and knew that because you were there with Austin Barrett at his house when he was arrested.
Yes, sir, I was.
And you just laid him out there as the sacrificial lamb, right?
I did, sir, yes.
Now, that's just as big of a lie as telling Sergeant Wegson on November 30th, after a 2.5-hour interview, that you weren't involved in anything that happened to David, right?
Yes, sir, I was told to deny knowledge of any of that, sir, yes.
These are lies of great magnitude that had a great effect on these cases, correct?
Absolutely, sir.
And now we're having your fourth version now, right? On the stand. After you've had 2.5 years to prepare for this. After you've seen all the discovery.
Yes, sir.
Now, did Austin help or not? Back to your fourth version, which is your testimony. Did Austin help or not?
Austin did not pistol whip David Grunwald
How do you know?
because it was all Dominic at that point, sir.
Again, when you're testifying definitively that he did not help, it was dark, right?
Yes, sir.
They both have guns, so they're not playing around with their phones, right?
Yes, sir.
Totally dark, right?
It's not pitch black, sir.
Yeah. You're on the bed, and you're saying Austin had nothing to do with the pistol whipping.
I did not see Austin bend over and make,
How about you? Did you help hit?
no, sir.
Did you help kick?
No, sir.
No. Because you didn't do anything wrong in the camper, right?
Absolutely not, sir.
You didn't help break into the camper.
I did not break into the camper.
You were just there for the high, right?
Yes, sir.
So your testimony during this trial, fourth version,
Yes, sir.
this is totally out of the blue for you, right? You were completely surprised by this attack on David Grunwald.
It happened very quickly when it happened, sir, yes.
Out of left field, you never expected it,
Absolutely not,
and
sir.
there were no discussions about it beforehand.
No, sir.
And Dominic Johnson was never advising you that he was texting Eric Almeninger to get the gun.
No, sir.
And you don't remember any of the statements, whether the statements about David talking shit were true or not, because you don't remember those statements at this point.
No, sir.
Now, you said in your direct testimony that you helped, quote unquote, David Grunwald off the bathroom floor after he was beaten.
Yes, sir. After he was beaten, Eric came in like maybe 10, 15 seconds after that. And like Dominic was catching his breath and Austin was leaning back. He looked like just like he was back up or so. I don't know how to explain it.
The plan was to get the heck out of there as soon as you could, right? That was the plan. There was no time wasted, right?
I don't know what they were planning to do at that point.
Yeah, and actually in your December 6th interview, you said Dominic Johnson helped him off the floor. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. I said me and Dominic Johnson helped him off the
Well, I
floor.
don't know, page 32, look at page 32. You have it in front of you. I'm just looking at my notes. I probably have it highlighted there for you. What did you say about who helped him off the bathroom floor?
You want me to say, read the whole sentence?
Getting me to come up there and point it out.
I said, oh no, yeah, no, Eric. I said that after he hit him, then he said, it's help up David, help pick him up. And then Dominic kind of helped him up.
Right.
And he said, all right, let's go. And we left his house.
So you said Dominic helped him up, not in your interview, right? Right?
Yes, but
But you
I
see
believe,
you see the problem with your interview, it's like you're,
sir,
It's interrupting his ability.
Let him
to
answer, Mr.
Answer.
Kalachek.
I believe that in another part I said that me and Dominic helped him up too.
now, you would agree when the jury looks at these interviews, it's like, according to your testimony in this trial, we have lie, then maybe a truth, then another lie. That's the pattern in these interviews, right?
Yes, sir.
Full of lies, right?
Yes, sir.
Chock full of lies.
Yes, sir.
More lies than the truth.
Yes, sir.
Now,
About 5 minutes, and then we'll take a break, Mr. Kalachek.
okay. Now, your testimony was you were in disbelief that this happened to David Grunwald, right?
I remember feeling shock and disbelief, sir, yes.
All right, and of course, if you acknowledged to me that you were aware of that shed video at Alyssa's of Dominic talking about beating somebody in the head, that wouldn't coincide with your statement that you were in disbelief that this happened, right?
I've never seen Dominic do anything violent before.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about him bragging about causing harm to a person in the shed at Alyssa's house earlier that day.
Like a foundation, what he heard.
He was there, we
recalled.
showed the
Doesn't
video.
mean he has recollection of what was said.
I think we've been over this, Mr.
Right.
Kalachek. He's already talked about it.
That wouldn't play well into your testimony that you were in disbelief that it was happening if you acknowledged me that you were aware of that statement being made by Dominic in the shed, right?
If I've never seen Dominic do anything violent before
not
like
my-
that, so I never would have
question.
expected it.
Not my question.
So, yes,
Yeah,
sir,
but
it would have shocked me.
Like, when you prepared for your testimony, you kind of weighed the pros and cons of what you would say and what you wouldn't say on the stand, right? And whether it would benefit you or not in this trial, correct?
Sir, I'm telling the truth the best of my recollection, sir.
Like you told the troopers you were telling the truth on December 6th to the best of your recollection.
I lied to them
Yeah.
for a purpose, sir.
Like you told the troopers you were telling the absolute truth and your mother on November 30th, right?
Yes, sir.
Like you told Sergeant Shane Colt when he was looking for David Grunwald, you didn't know anything about David Grunwald.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you. This is a good time for a break, Judge.
Okay, we'll take our morning 15-minute break. Be off record.
The, sending to Almeninger in the garage.
In the garage, yes, sir.
Yeah. So do you know how David Grunwald knew to come to the garage instead of to the house or anyplace else?
I don't know, sir.
Did he come alone or did he come with Almeninger the first time when he got there?
David came in by himself first, and then Eric came in a couple minutes after that.
Literally a couple of minutes after that?
I don't know specifically, sir.
So I think where we left off is getting up to the beating. So disbelief on your part that this was happening. You didn't do anything to try to stop your friends from doing this, right?
It happened. It happened so quick, sir. I didn't.
And Dominic Johnson's the bad guy in this event?
Dominic Johnson.
He does all the
yes,
beating?
Yes, sir. I did not see Eric or Austin at that time pistol whip. I didn't see him pistol whipping at all that night, sir.
You verified nobody had their phones. You didn't have your phone because you didn't have a phone.
I didn't have a phone.
Dominic Johnson was busy beating David Grunwald, so he didn't have a phone lit up, right?
He did not have his phone, sir.
And Austin Barrett was busy holding his Springfield, so he didn't have a phone, right?
No, sir.
So it was dark, and you're saying you're stable to see Dominic Johnson beating up David Grunwald?
It's not pitch black to where you can't see anything at all, sir.
How many times did Johnson hit him?
I don't know, 7, 10 times.
And right now you're saying, contrary to your previous statement on December 6, 2016, Almeninger wasn't even in the camper when this happened.
Almendinger was not in the camper when that happened, sir.
So the only witnesses to this are you, Johnson, and Barrett, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, the beating, does it take place in the bathroom?
David was standing in the doorway when Dominic first hit him, and he kind of fell to the ground.
You didn't pop up from the bed?
I didn't stand up.
Why not?
It was. I don't know for sure why I didn't stand up, sir.
Why didn't you stop Dominic from doing it?
It shocked me. I don't know how to.
And Barrett didn't stop him too, is what you're saying?
No, sir.
In fact, he actually was in the same mode as Dominic Johnson because he had his gun out, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're saying you're the only one that was not in attack mode at that time, right?
I didn't know it was going to happen. No, sir.
Okay.
It all happened so quickly.
Right. Does David ever make it out of the bathroom or not?
When he fell to the ground, his legs were kind of sticking a little bit out of the bathroom.
What is Dominic Johnson saying at this time?
Uh,
We know he's saying something.
What he said was, the only thing I can remember specifically was that he said, like, fuck, I tried to knock him out or something like
Well,
that.
that's after. You're telling me that he is so angry that he's pistol whipping a person he just met, right? You're saying he just met David Grunwald that night.
I don't know if they've met or not
All right.
before, sir.
Well, you saying he was introduced by Eric Almeninger. Let me change the question, right? David Grunwald was introduced to Dominic Johnson by Eric Almeninger, right?
Yeah, he pretty much introduced us all.
And within a half hour, Dominic Johnson is beating on David Grunwald's head with a pistol, right?
I don't know how long, sir.
Well, tell us how long.
I
You were there.
know, but I don't have a phone, sir. And I didn't have a phone. I didn't know exactly what time.
What is Dominic Johnson saying while he's doing the beating?
He didn't say anything while he was beating.
Nothing. He's just letting the pistol do the talking?
I don't remember him saying anything, sir.
And you're
don't
still
recall.
viewing this through your marijuana and alcohol goggles, right?
Yes,
Right? You were still high. You didn't miraculously sober up after all that marijuana and alcohol, right?
no, sir.
Okay. And so it's fair to say that Johnson and Barrett were also drunk and high during this episode.
I don't know what their tolerance was, sir. That
Well,
they were smoking and drinking, yes, but I don't know how high or how drunk they were, sir.
I mean, you had partied with them numerous times before, right? You can tell when people in the group are getting,
Objection. That's calling for a subjective evaluation that
I can change
he
my
can't
question.
make
I can
about
change my question.
the impact of.
Go ahead, change your question.
You observed all of you guys consume the same quantity of marijuana and the same quantity of alcohol, correct?
I don't know how much they drank specifically each.
Why does Johnson stop beating David Grunwald?
I don't know specifically why.
What happened right after he stopped? Is David still in the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
What's he doing?
He kind of said, "What are you doing?"
What are you saying?
I didn't say anything.
You're just laying on the bed after all this?
I sat up, but I didn't say anything. I didn't stand up, no, sir.
You didn't ask your buddies why they had guns out? You didn't ask your buddies what was their beef with David? You didn't say anything at all?
Like I said, sir, it all happened so fast. I didn't say anything, no. I didn't ask him anything, no.
And what happens next?
When Dominic stopped, Dominic was kind of catching his breath, like he was breathing heavy. He stood up. He wasn't bent over him anymore, and it was just a couple, 10, maybe a little bit less, more seconds, Eric came in and he said something about the gun, like, did you get the gun or something like that? And he came in all the way and he seen David kind of laying halfway in the bathroom. And he said, he like his face, like his eyes kind of got real wide and said something like, he's a mess or something about a mess. I think he was talking about David. Dominic said, well, what are we going to do now? And Austin said, well, we got to get out of here. Let's go for a ride.
Let me guess, you're not saying anything during any of this? Right.
I didn't say anything at that
Right,
point, no, sir.
right, okay. And then what happens?
Eric got out of the camper. He opened the door and got out. Austin went around over David's legs and around Dominic in the little walkway in between the door and the bathroom.
So who helped him up? Was it you or Dominic? Was it what you said in your December 6th interview or what you said in your testimony in this trial?
Dominic was, David was kind of, he was like whimper. I don't know how to explain it.
I'm just asking who helped him up. I'm not asking for anything else.
I helped him up, sir.
And Dominic too?
No, he was yelling at him to get up, and David was, he wasn't getting up right away, and Dominic was like, Bradley, help him up. Like, he was.
And what did you say in response to Dominic Johnson?
I just I didn't say anything, sir.
Okay. Then everybody goes to the Bronco?
Yes, sir.
So you're telling us that within seconds of the beating stopping, all of you are in the Bronco? Within seconds, right? Less than 60 seconds, all of you are in the Bronco?
That's a misstatement of the facts, Your Honor.
I'll sustain that.
It's a
objection.
question. He could correct me.
Well, it has to be a question.
Okay, how much time elapsed between the end of the beating and the time you are in the Bronco?
I don't know for sure, sir.
You have no idea?
No, at that point, it seemed like time was messed up in my head, sir.
Well, tell us what else was going on. If we're exploring the issue of how much time it took for the group to get from the camper after the beating to the Bronco, tell us what else was going on, and I'll look at my watch and try to figure out how much time it was.
I don't know how to specifically explain, sir. It's like, I can't tell you.
Well, you're saying you didn't say anything. So, and you're saying the other guys made a few statements, and then it's off to the Bronco, so.
But it's not just like they say stuff and then it.
Well, educate me on that. Tell me what else happened in that camper before everybody bailed into the Bronco.
What I told you was the only specific things that I heard them say, sir. There was.
No, let me, all right, I know you can't. So you're saying you don't know how long it took to get to the Bronco? Less than a minute? Can we agree on that?
That
No,
misstates
sir.
facts too, Your Honor.
Well, I'm asking him, Judge, this is cross-exam.
Specifically ask.
What are the facts? We don't know which four versions are we
Okay,
going to
but you
accept
do
as the
have to
facts.
ask a question, so not just make a statement, so.
Less than a minute? Can we agree on that?
No, sir.
Less than 5 minutes? Can we agree on that?
I would say so, yes, sir.
All right. Somewhere between 0 minutes and 5 minutes it took to get from the camper to the trailer, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know Rodney Almeninger is in the house.
Yes, sir.
You know Myler Almeninger is in the house.
Yes, sir.
You know you're in a subdivision with a lot of other neighbors there.
Yes, sir.
You know it's Sunday night and most people are home on Sunday night.
I don't know what Eric's neighbors are doing, sir.
And you decide to load up in the Bronco with the others, right? Without saying anything to them, because you said you're not doing any talking during this whole thing.
No, I didn't say anything, sir.
So everybody goes in the Bronco, right? Did you think about going to Rodney's house? It was only like a few steps away.
No, I did not think about that, sir.
And these are your friends, right, that are doing this? Let's let the bad guys, at this point, all your buddies are bad guys, right? Can we agree on that? Dominic Johnson is a bad guy at this point because he just beat somebody on the head with a gun, right?
You could say at that situation he was a bad guy, yes, sir.
Eric Almeninger is a bad guy because he provided the gun that was used for the pistol whipping after getting text from Dominic Johnson, right?
You could say in that situation, yes, sir.
Austin Barrett is a bad guy because he's got his 9mm out while David Grunwald is being pistol whipped, right?
Yes, sir, you could say that in that
But-
situation.
But you're not the bad guy in any of this.
I didn't, no, I didn't,
You were just high and drunk and on the bed.
yes, sir.
Now, you said in your testimony, quote unquote, I helped him into the Bronco. Did you mean you're helping him get to his murder destination? Is that what you meant when you testified you helped him into the Bronco?
No, sir. What
Well-
I meant by that was he was having trouble getting into the Bronco, and I just gave him a little something steady. I don't know how to explain it. He was having trouble trying to pull himself into the Bronco, sir. I just,
And Johnson, Barrett, and Almeninger, your homies, your friends, your buddies, whatever you wanted, the other terms you used, you did not confront him at all by saying, hey, guys, what in the hell is going on here?
You may.
Okay, back to you helped him into the Bronco. What was going on through your mind? Let me ask it that way. What was going through your mind at this point?
when I helped David up out of the camper, when he was on the ground, I seen all the blood running down his face, and when we were helping him out of the camper, when we were walking over, he was, after he stood up, he walked out of the camper, and when we were walking outside, he was kind of stumbling. When he walked over to the truck, I don't remember who opened the truck, sir, the door.
You know you're putting him in the truck with one crazy guy who just beat him on the head, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know you're putting him in the truck with another crazy guy that's got the 9mm, right?
Like I said, sir, before any of this happened, I've never seen them do anything like this.
You've said that a number of times, I get that, but I appreciate if you could answer my questions.
Okay,
You
so
put
at
him
that
in the
time,
truck with two crazy guys with guns in their hands, right?
I didn't know that they were. I didn't know that Austin was crazy at that point, sir. Quote unquote, what you said. I didn't know.
So before, it was
Austin
just
was-
all those photos with people with guns and the gangster stuff, you thought that was just removed from reality and nobody would ever act upon those kind of crazy things, right?
No, sir, I did not think that.
And exactly what did you do physically to David to load him into the Bronco?
He was trying to get in and he couldn't pull himself in, so I just kind of gave him a little boost, and he got in after that.
Now, the Bronco ride, are you still high during this and drunk?
Yes, sir.
So your testimony, as far as your version of the truth, is through, again, marijuana and alcohol goggles, right?
Yes, sir.
And let me guess, you are not saying anything in the Bronco?
I didn't voice anything, no.
So the whole time you're going from Almeningers to end of Knick River Road, you're not saying anything at all in the Bronco?
I didn't say that. I said at that time I was not.
Tell me the whole conversation. So how does Dominic Johnson get the keys?
David handed them to him when
He wouldn't hand them voluntarily. What was said to David to get David to hand the keys to Dominic Johnson?
Austin said, "Let's go for a ride," when we were still in the camper, David started fumbling for his keys, saying, "You can take the keys."
Let me go, what's going on through your, take that one step further, what's going on through your mind? When you heard "let's go for a ride" and two guys have guns, what other conclusion could you have reached in your mind other than you're going to ride to kill this kid? Tell me what other possible conclusion you could have reached from the facts that were before you, even though you were high and drunk.
That drop him off somewhere in a remote location. I don't know. I would have. These guys, I never, ever in my life would have thought that they were capable of being as violent as they were that night, sir.
Maybe if you paid attention to the shed, what was being said in the shed, you would have had an indication of what they were capable of.
Question?
Making
Right.
a question. Okay.
Had you been attentive in the shed, you might have known what they were capable of.
People have joked around before and said, like, I'd beat that dude up or stuff like that, but, like, you've never seen people carry through with that.
Right, but the rap music you guys listen to, it's full of, violence, full of it,
Yeah, but
right? Shooting people, it's chock full of violence, the rap stuff you were listening.
some rap music, yes, sir.
Some of the rap music you guys were listening to is full of violence, right?
Some was, yes.
And you, of course, knew that there were guns in the group already before November 13th. You already testified to that.
I've seen them with guns before, but it's not like they've always had them.
Oh, I know, but, so they're doing gang stuff, right? You were doing some of it too. Right?
Gang related, not gang stuff.
Well, whatever we want to call it. Well, what do you call it? Did I ask you yesterday? What do you call that stuff on the photos?
Pretty much everybody else was doing it. It's kind of like the rap music, all that stuff. I don't remember specifically who started it. It's
Right.
just kind of became a thing. It wasn't like super serious.
And you knew Elmeninger had a 40 caliber Ruger.
Yes, sir.
You knew Barrett had a 9mm. They carried it on their persons all the time, right?
Like I said, I've only seen them with it a handful of
each.
times.
Right. Well,
So that's not all the time, sir.
you've seen it enough to call it Austin Barrett's gun. In your testimony, you called it Austin's gun.
Yes, sir.
And you've seen Eric enough with the 40 caliber to know that's Eric's gun, right?
Yes, sir.
But despite all those warning signs, you didn't think that they were capable of any of this stuff.
Just because you have it doesn't mean you're going to use it, sir.
Just because you act like gang members doesn't mean you're going to do anything in furtherance of that, is what you're saying, right?
What do you mean act like gang members,
Well,
sir?
the C sign, the rap music, the guns, the drugs. I mean, am I missing something, or do I have it all covered?
The violent acts, other bad stuff. I never, like I said, it was never taken seriously
Now,
to me. I didn't think anybody took it that serious.
because you were good friends with them, you could have convinced them in the Bronco not to carry through with this, right?
I didn't know what was going to happen at that point, sir.
Everybody knew when you left that camper, David would be killed. You said it in your December 6th interview.
That was a lie when I was talking about Eric.
So tell me, let's explore that a little bit. When you made that lie, that people knew that when David was in the bathroom that he would be killed, how did you think that lie was helping anybody in the interviews? If you're trying to protect Austin or Dominic or anybody else, how is saying that people knew as soon as David went in the bathroom he'd be killed, how is that protecting anybody? Tell me the purpose of that lie.
I was just trying to make Eric sound bad, sir.
Or were you just making stuff up on the fly with Sergeant Wegson? Because he was cornering you here and you lie. He was cornering you there and you're lying. You're just ducking and weaving to get around what he was telling you.
I was trying to make Eric sound bad. I was trying to keep consistently throughout my interviews. I denied that Eric or Dominic and Austin did anything.
Right, but Eric was one of the bad guys. In your fourth version, your testimony, Eric was one of the bad guys in this scenario.
Yes, sir, but that's not what I was in my December 6th interview.
And again, you're the only guy that's not a bad guy in this fourth version of yours, right? If we believe your story.
I didn't do anything. I didn't know this was going to happen, sir.
So you said at some point you made it look like you were part of the group, like part of the team, right? Because you didn't want to be hurt, correct? That's what I heard in your testimony.
When are you referring to?
In the Bronco ride.
Okay, but where?
Well, for example, when you suggested going to the Coal Hills, let's start with that.
Yes, sir. That was like right before we were pulling up on the Tsunami Center. David said, well, where are you guys going to take me? Just drop me off at home. I won't say anything. I won't say nothing.
And you're telling me with a straight face that your suggestion to take David to the Coal Hills was to help him. Is that what you're saying with the straight face?
I didn't know. It's not like I could say, well, let's go drop him off at the McDonald's or something.
Why not?
I was trying to say, because these
The same guys whose butts you could have
Let him
kicked.
answer.
Answer.
they were already coming to the conclusion, like, we can't. I already came to the conclusion that they didn't want to leave him somewhere where that I didn't think that they were going to kill him, just maybe drop him off somewhere.
Just drop him off to freeze and die?
Not necessarily that, sir. I don't know what they were planning to do, but when Austin said, you can't, we're not taking you home, that's what I was trying to come up with, places that are remote, but there's a good possibility that people might be there. Like Coal Hills, that's a party spot on the weekends. They're
And-
constantly.
So we have to take your word on this, that your secret intent, okay, so you're trying to make them think that you're going along with the plan to kill David,
I never said, I didn't think that they were going to kill David at that point, sir.
So you think they're gonna do what?
Drop-
After Austin says, let's go for a ride, and both of them have guns out, and David's bleeding, and you load him into the Bronco, what do you think they're gonna do with him?
Drop him off somewhere. There's no way that I would have thought that. At that time, I didn't think that they were capable of killing someone, sir.
Coal Hills, how do you know about Coal Hills?
I've been to party there, sir.
How many times?
Sometimes once, twice a weekend.
So you can give me the exact directions to Coal Hills from Eric Almendinger's house, right? Because now we're in the Bronco.
I know the road it's on. If I seen it, I would be able to tell you, sir, yes.
Okay, good. Let's put it up on Google Maps. See if you can advise us whether we're talking about the same place. By the way, what other statements were made by the others before your suggestion that David be taken to Coal Hills in the Bronco? Did Eric Almendinger already make the statement, turn the phones off?
That was at Eric's house, yes, sir.
Okay. And everybody did that?
Everybody that had phones, yes, sir.
Which is who?
Eric turned his tablet off. Dominic turned his phone off. I don't remember if Austin had a phone at that point.
Who turned David's phone off?
I don't know, sir. I said it on the when he dropped it in my lap, sir. I said it on the center console along with his
That was
wallet.
at Almendinger's house when he surrendered all his goods to you?
I'm not the one that told him to give all his stuff up, but he
That's my
handed them to
question.
me, sir.
At Almendinger's house?
In the driveway, yes, sir.
And somebody took his phone?
I said it on the center console. I don't remember who grabbed it, sir.
And then where did you suggest, when did this, what else was said before the locations were discussed about where David was going to be killed?
So
No.
When we-
What else was said before we get into the Coal Hills and all that? What else was said in the Bronco before discussions about possible murder sites?
David was asking asking where we were going, if he could be dropped off. Austin said that, no, you can't, we're not dropping you off at home. Somebody said,
And you're sitting,
I don't remember the exact word. I just remember the stuff that sticks out of my mind, sir.
what else, you were getting into something else. Somebody said what?
I don't remember specifically what they said. Somewhere about where to go. I don't remember specifically what they said, sir.
All right. When did you suggest the Coal Hills?
So right about the tsunami center, right before, on the Palmer-Wasilla Highway, that's when Austin said, we're not taking you home. Dominic took a right.
So let me stop you. Certainly, if you're saying Eric said we're not taking you home, everybody knew what was going to happen, right?
That could imply a number of meanings, sir.
Well, you're still optimistic that you guys are going someplace to help David, right? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what their plan was, sir, to help him or to drop him off, or take a long time to get home. I didn't know at that point, sir, no.
Because you're not taking part in this with your buddies, is what you're saying, right?
I didn't want to be there at that point, no, sir.
Well, I know if you weren't there, you wouldn't be here. I know that. But your testimony is you weren't part of the plan with your buddies on this one, right?
No, sir, I did not know about this.
So let's explore this. What else did they say? Eric said you're not going home.
Austin said that, sir.
Austin said that. And was that by the Tsunami Center or before the Tsunami Center?
Is before we turned out.
Oh, before you even got on Felton Road to go to the Tsunami Center?
Before we turned out onto the Palmer-Wasilla Highway.
And then you start chiming in as to where to go?
after we turned onto the Palmer-Wasilla Highway, we got down to the stoplight. Dominic got into the left-hand turning lane, and
You talking about the Glen Highway? We need to
no,
catch up with,
where the cars is.
right.
So
You look at the screen there, so is that what you're talking about now? We're at the corner of the Glen Highway and the Palmer-Wasilla Highway?
where Palmer-Wasilla Highway stops at the stoplight.
No, the Palmer-Wasilla Highway, it's the intersection of the Glen Highway and the Palmer-Wasilla Highway where the cars and Fred Meyer is, right?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
what you're talking about? That's when you start talking about Coal Hills?
When we turn left, Coal Hills is straight away.
Yeah.
And usually there's parties there on the weekends,
I get that.
Friday,
I get
Saturday, Sunday.
I heard that but now we're talking Sunday, right?
Yes, sir.
Approaching what, 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock?
I don't know specifically, sir,
Because you're high and drunk, right?
because I didn't have a phone, sir.
Right, and you didn't have a phone and you didn't have a watch. No, but you know you're driving north on the Glen Highway, right? You at least remember some of these things you're telling me?
The stuff that specifically I remember people saying, sir, yes.
So, see that map there? Do we need to pull it in a little bit so you can see the bigger picture? I mean, the other way? Or are you good with that map? Right?
Perhaps Mr. Renfro should get up so he can.
He could if he needs to.
Yeah, do you need to get up and see it?
Yes,
And he can
Okay,
point
take, you can
exactly
take your
what
mic
his
with you when you
answer
get
is.
around.
So what I'm exploring is my cross-examination now exploring this notion of you thinking that going to Coal Hills is going to help David somehow, which is what you testified on direct examination.
Yes, sir.
So I want to use this map to show the jury where the Coal Hills are because you're very familiar with them and you're saying this is a place where David might be saved, right?
Where there might be a lot of people around, yes,
Right,
sir.
where there might be. I mean, there would be a lot of people at the Walmart parking lot too, right?
When Austin implied that he said, we're not taking you home, I didn't think that they were going to drop him off at the Walmart. I didn't want to say something.
Right, but we're gonna
Like
take
that.
your word for it that you are trying to help David instead of trying to encourage your buddies and help your buddies, right? We're relying on you solely as to that, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So let's look and see if this is a scenario that could have played out where somebody would have helped David or not. See if it supports your testimony. So,
Same objection, Your Honor.
What's
We
that?
just had at the bench.
well, no, he said he thought that in that area, David could be seen by other people, or the group could have been seen by other
What he
people.
said, so he can show where the
Yeah.
area is.
The
What?
topography and the distance is relevant to his
Fine.
prior testimony.
Well, that's not the last question he had.
No, it
That's
wasn't.
fine, what he
Yep,
just
okay,
said
we'll just,
down.
we'll use the map. Okay, we'll follow, you take us up to the Coal Hills.
Okay, so this is the Glen Highway. It's up this way. It's up near Sutton.
Well, it's a ways before you get to Sutton, isn't it?
15-minute drive, 20-minute drive.
Are we at Sutton yet on the map or not?
I don't know if it's,
Well, let me ask you, the Glen Highway, you've been on the Glen Highway a lot before, right?
yes, sir.
Yeah, and it kind of follows the Matanuska River, right?
A little bit, yes.
And it goes in a northerly direction, right?
I don't know specifically the,
You remember any of the landmarks? Once you get past Palmer, past Bailey Hill, what are the landmarks that you remember?
I don't know specific, it's just, like there's some mountains kind of around, the river. I don't know
Is
specific.
Coal Hills past Sutton?
It's in the Sutton area, that's all I
Well,
know,
let's
sir.
keep going, because I don't think we've gotten to Sutton yet. Still the Glen Highway, still the Matanuska River, right?
Yes, sir.
Still the Glen Highway, still the Matanuska River? You
Is
recognize?
that the Jonesville Road?
That's Sutton. You familiar with Sutton at all?
That's where Coal Hills is.
And you said you've been there a number of times, right?
Yes, sir.
How do you know it's a party spot?
Lots of people go out there. Kids 15 and up are out there drinking, smoking. There, people bring pallets from the like the warehouses.
You're talking from personal experience here?
Yes, sir.
Objection?
Well, I'm just-
I think that's,
There's not enough foundation, otherwise getting into preclusion area.
well, he says he's familiar with the area, and he just testified how he's familiar with the area. I don't even,
fine at this point.
so you turn left on Jonesville Road, or else it's called Jonesville Mine Road too, right?
Yes, sir. I think it is.
And then what do you do after you get on Jonesville?
It looks different. Being from the above, you got to go up it a little ways.
Yeah,
Right here. Here's the party spot. Right here. Right here's the. I don't. It's hard to see it from the thing, but it's a big open lot. There's a couple burn spots. People, they put pallets and everybody backs their trucks up there.
all right, well, let's try to narrow this down. It's not a neighborhood,
It's not a neighborhood.
it's
No.
not a subdivision,
It's not a subdivision.
it's
no.
not a town.
Whatever you
this
call
spot.
Sutton is, sir.
There's no stores there.
There is.
There's a store at the parking lot there?
Not right here, but
Right.
down here. a
Well,
little
yeah,
bit.
in Sutton, I know that. It's surrounded by mountains.
In the distance, yeah.
There's no lights there.
Not at the party spot right there, no, sir.
And what's the driving time from Almeninger's house to Coal Hills?
15, 20 minutes.
15, 20 minutes all the way up to Jonesville Mine Road in this spot?
It's not that long.
Driving how fast?
Maybe 65 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour.
On the curvy roads of the Glen Highway, past Moose Creek and all those areas?
They're curvy, they're not.
15 minutes to get there? All the way
It
up?
might have been an under exaggeration, but 20 minutes, it's not that long, sir.
And now, going to your mindset on November 13th, you are suggesting, this is your testimony, not any other narrative, quote unquote. Your testimony is you suggested Coal Hills because you were wanting to do what?
That there might be a party or something there. See the truck or something, or if
So tell me, let's probe this a little bit deeper. There's a party there and they see I'm trying to just figure out exactly what your mindset was, where you're coming from. There's a party there, they see a Bronco drive by, and they're gonna, take me through your thought process is what I'm saying.
they might,
Calls for speculation.
Well, no, he said, this is his reason for the suggestion, it's not
But
speculation,
his
it's,
answer started out, they might. That is speculation.
Well, he can answer if he can remember what he was thinking at the time.
yeah, I can
Why-
clarify it. You testified under oath that the reason you suggested Coal Hills was not to help David get murdered, but to help David. So explain what was going on through your mind, if that's the truth. Explain what was going on through your mind as far as how this would play out if they followed your suggestion, because you're the one making this suggestion.
maybe if, people seen the truck or seen David or anything that, they might get cold feet or realize that this was a bad idea or something and, not just leave them out in the middle of nowhere. I never thought that until Austin said, I'm going to do this, that's when I started to think, well, what are they going to do, kill him? I never thought that they were going to kill
So
him.
let's narrow this down.
Interrupting his answer again.
All right, finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
I thought you were done.
I know. told you, they're not capable. I never thought they would have been capable of
Right.
this, sir.
They both have guns. They said we're going for a ride, but you think that nothing bad's going to happen. I get that. So as far as the scenarios which went through your mind when you suggested this, the only hope is that one of them is going to get cold feet, really, right?
Yes, sir.
Because nobody knew at this point that David had been beat up. Nobody in the world knew that David had been beat up except the three bad guys and you, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So nobody seeing the Bronco drive by anywhere in the world wouldn't have any reason to say, oh, there's David Grunwald's Bronco. He must be in trouble.
Yeah, but they might see his Bronco because there's people that he hangs out to, like Angie Dykes, other people that he's met. They go to parties too, sir. And they might have seen his Bronco there and maybe try to flag it down or for whatever reason. I don't know.
Now, that's a long shot. That Angie Dykes is going to be at the Coal Hills next to a pallet bonfire and sees David Grunwald's Bronco and is going to be wondering, why is David Grunwald's Bronco at Coal Hills at 9:30 at night on a Sunday?
I don't know. I've seen her at a lot of parties, sir.
But this is the Coal Hill. When you were talking about Coal Hills, you were talking about this parking lot surrounded by mountains by that lake, right? That's the spot you were talking about. We're not
Yes, that's
confused
the
with some
party
other
spot.
spot.
I'm fairly certain that that is the party spot that I was referring to, sir.
And did you just volunteer this, or did somebody initiate the conversation? Where do we go with David? Where do we take him?
That was the reason I said that. 'Cause somebody, they were, Dominic said, well, where are we going to go? Because he was driving, and when he was at the light, he turned into the left turn lane. And he's like, well, where are we going to go? Where are we going to take him then? After Austin said that he wasn't going to go home, sir.
And again, you're still high and drunk when you're making this suggestion about the Coal Hills.
Yes, sir.
What did they say in response to you saying, hey, let's go to the Coal Hills?
Austin said that that was a stupid idea because there might be a party going on up there.
So let me get this. You guys are on the exact same wavelength. You think that David's going to be helped because there's a party going on, and then he mentions the same word, you're stupid, because there might be a party going on. You guys are totally in sync on this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who chimes in next?
Eric said something about the butte. That's why we went turned right. Eric was like, well, we'll just go to the butte, something like that. I don't remember exactly, but that's the reason we went to the butte. Eric said, well, we'll just go to the butte.
Now, at this point in time, you are saying that Almeninger, Johnson, and Barrett are all in. Like, they're all in on this plan to kill David, right?
I didn't know what they were thinking at that point, sir.
And Johnson has been smoking and drinking. How is his driving?
Like I said, sir, I don't know his tolerance.
You know what? I'm not asking about his tolerance. Was the truck all over the place? Was he going off the road?
No,
Was
sir.
he using his turn signals? Was he driving the speed limit? Those kind of things.
I don't remember him driving all weird. I don't know if he's using his turn signals or not. That's not a detail I remember, sir.
All right, stupid idea, Coal Hills. And then Almeninger says we're turning right on Arctic, right? Which is
Yes, sir.
Which is the old Glen and Palm.
Yes, sir.
Let's backtrack to that so we can follow along here. And you're familiar with the Butte, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. What else do people say after Almeninger says, I'm turning right here?
When we, David asked again, I think, where he was going. He said, well, you guys could drop me off at Mr. Mulkelke's, if that's how you say the last name. He said, I won't tell, he was saying stuff like, I won't tell anybody. You know, I just want to go home. When we were passing Smith Road, he was like, just turn here, you could drop me off. You could rob my girlfriend's dad's house.
And are you saying this from memory or from the discovery you reviewed?
No, this I remember, sir.
He's begging for his life, basically.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you knew that he knew that your friends were planning on killing him.
I don't know what he thought, sir.
And-
I know he was, I'm positive he was absolutely terrified, sir.
Right, and what you said, let's go to Coal Hills, that would have made him think that you're part of this plan.
I don't know what that would have made him think. I only know what I was thinking, sir.
Well, you're suggesting a location to go that's far away from Palmer, geographically.
Time-wise, it's not that far, and that was my intention, sir. Maybe somebody would see his truck or something.
Okay, and again, you're thinking they would get cold feet because they're gonna be at this remote parking lot surrounded by mountains, and maybe there'd be an off chance that somebody'd be partying there on a Sunday at 9:30, right?
More likely than not, there are
do you know
parties. How do I know that,
Yeah,
sir?
how many times have you been there? You said you've been there like 4 or 5 times. How do you know
This
there's
has
a
been
par-
asked and answered. It was corroborated by the trooper himself.
Yeah, it's a place where people know there aren't any cops. True, it was corroborated, that's why it's a party spot.
I think he's
You can
testified how many
probe,
times he's been out there.
Certainly
That has
can
been-
probe more, more with a respondent or
Okay,
defendant, but
your
to keep
question
coming
is
back and
sustained.
repeating
I
it.
think we've established how many times he's been there.
And who responds to David when he says, please take me to Mr. McKelkey's?
I don't remember who said something to him.
What do they say?
Basically, the same thing. We can't drop you off at home or something like that. I don't know specifically, sir, who said it or what word for word it was said.
He even got desperate and he said, you know, you could rob Mr. McKelkey. He's got stuff at his house, right?
Yes, sir, he did say that.
But the group wouldn't have any of that.
Group when
Yeah, who made this, who else talked about where they should go next?
we were going past Maud Road, Austin. That's what Austin said, Maud Road. He said, well, we could go up Maud Road. You know, it dead ends up there. There's nowhere around. But Dominic didn't. He didn't know in time, so Dominic drove right past it, sir.
And you're still saying that in your mind, you didn't think that they were gonna hurt David some more? After they're talking about all these places and saying why certain places aren't good because there's too many people there, you're still thinking they're just gonna drop him off someplace?
After we passed Maud Road, sir, that's when Austin said, I gotta do this. He knows too much. Basically, he's gonna tell on us. We pistol whipped him. We can't take him home.
Well, isn't it Dominic's problem at that point? You said Austin didn't do anything in the camper. Dominic's the one that pistol whipped David, right? So why is it Austin's problem?
I don't know what was going through Austin's mind at that point, sir.
But he had been smoking marijuana and drinking all night, just like you, right?
Yes, sir.
Same thing with Dominic Johnson.
He drank out of the bottle and smoked marijuana too, sir.
All right. So at that point, you knew David was going to be killed when you passed Maud Road?
A little bit after that, that's when Austin said that, yes, sir.
And then what happened after that?
As we were driving, There's other conversations, sir. I don't remember exactly
Right.
what it is, but it's quieter now. I don't know how to explain the mood in the car, sir, but it was David. He at this point he just he put his head on the window and started. I don't know how to sobbing.
So there's no music playing at this point? No rap music on the radio?
No, sir.
When did you suggest another location for the killing?
I said that we could go to. I said, well, just take him to Jim's Creek.
Now, that was after you knew that he was going to be killed, that statement, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. While you were driving on the Old Glen Highway in the Butte, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you mean by Jim's Creek? Did you explain to them what you meant by Jim's Creek?
I don't remember elaborating. I remember thinking that's another place where there's usually a lot of people out there. You know, four-wheelers, dirt bikes, snow machines. It's an all year-round place.
All right. Sunday, November 13th,
Yes, sir.
after 8 o'clock,
Yes, sir.
dark outside,
Yes, sir.
cold outside per your testimony.
It was cold at that time.
No
yes, sir.
snow on the ground yet.
I don't think there was snow at that point, sir.
Monday is a work day and a school day, right?
Not for everybody, sir.
Not for people that work or go to school, I guess, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're still trying to tell me that you're still trying to save David at this point?
I didn't want him to be killed, sir.
But we have to take your word on that,
Yes, sir.
yeah. So Jim Creek, what is it, let me back up. When you tell your friends Coal Hills, did you describe in detail, like, how to get there?
They know how to get there too, sir.
Exactly. So they're familiar with the general area of Coal Hills, right?
Yes, sir. Been there to party
And then
numerous times.
after you knew David was going to be killed, you suggest Jim Creek, right?
Yes, sir.
And you knew they knew what that meant, right?
What do you mean, sir?
Well, did you give them directions on how to get?
Yes, sir. They knew how to get to Jim's Creek.
So you just said, let's go to Jim's Creek, as you're driving on the Old Glen Highway.
Yes, sir.
And you knew that everybody knew how to get to the area that you're talking about. 'Cause there is actually a creek called Jim's Creek, right?
Yes, sir.
And it flows into the Knick River.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you had been there before, I take it, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were suggesting that parking area, which is the trailhead for the trails that kind of go through the woods at first and they break open onto the river. Is that what you were suggesting, the Sullivan Trailhead?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's take a look at that. And again, your testimony today is that you thought that was a place where what? Where people would be, or they would get cold feet?
That people would be there, and that, you know, if they seen a bunch of people or even just a couple people around,
All right.
they might not.
So are you looking at what we have up on the map there?
Yes, sir.
See any places that are familiar?
I don't see the racetrack. Where's the racetrack,
Well,
sir?
maybe you might want to come around instead of looking at it sideways. You might get a better view.
Your Honor, as far as this map goes, I don't know if it's live Google Maps, but perhaps a foundation of when this photograph was taken. When I look at Google
I think
Maps,
that's
it's
fair enough.
years old.
Right.
It can be who knows when, so maybe you can,
Well, it's the internet. I could put, now we're hooked up to the net in court, which is a fairly recent thing in Fairbanks, but we have the ability to pull up maps from the internet. So I could have Sergeant Wags and,
does he even know? Does it say of a date on it when
Yeah,
it was done?
yes.
Maybe you can come up here and lay a foundation real quick.
Okay. Or we can use that microphone, Judge?
Yep, that would be fine.
Because I know we don't do this in court a lot, but since we have internet nowadays in court, it is useful.
At the jury? That's fine, too.
That one?
And I'll just remind the officer he's under oath. You understand that, sir?
I understand.
Go ahead, Mr. Cowles.
Thank you. Sergeant Wegson, to make a record of this trial of what we're showing to the defendant here, you are at the table with me in this trial, correct?
Yes.
And we've had a number of laptops here in court with us for various purposes, correct?
Yes.
And at this point in time, the Fairbanks Court has achieved a situation where there is internet connectivity within the courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know if you know if that's a recent phenomenon or not in the Fairbanks Court. You're not,
I don't think we had it in the lower court down in the floor below us.
okay. And during the break, did you have an occasion to get on my state laptop and get on the internet?
Yes.
And was it for the purpose of pulling up some aerial maps, some aerial photos rather that are essentially maps nowadays?
Yeah, it's just this one happens to be Bing, but they all appear pretty similar between Google Maps, Yahoo Maps. This one's just on the Bing server.
Now, in terms of the technology we have nowadays, in terms of maps and locations and directions people can get on their phone, these aerial photos that have the names of the roads superimposed on them, are they a pretty common thing nowadays?
Yes.
And what's the copyright on this particular map that we've been using during the cross-examination?
This one says 2019 DigiGlobe in the lower right-hand corner.
And I don't know, I mean, do you have any knowledge, I'm going to ask the judge to take judicial notice of this technology, but do you have any knowledge of how these photographs are taken and how they're put together for these mapping purposes?
I mean, from my understanding, it's just satellite imagery.
And like the troopers, do you ever use this technology to find places or organize searches or any kind of trooper functions that you may perform?
Yes.
Right. And the maps this map you've seen that we've used in the cross-examination of Bradley Renfro, you're familiar with the Matsu Valley per your prior testimony. Do these maps appear to be correct and accurate depictions of the areas they describe?
Yes.
Right, and you can you zoom, like this particular, this is Bing Maps?
This is on Bing, yes.
And you can zoom in and out of this too and get details like see houses and whatnot?
Yeah, I think at some point you lose some clarity, but it's definitely, you can zoom in and zoom out. And I'm pretty sure there's a street view function as well in the more populated areas. You're not going to obviously get those on trails, but you can get into some of these neighborhoods and see street view.
Any questions?
Yeah, I do. May I follow up?
You may.
Do you know who DigiGlobe is?
No idea.
All right. So when you say 2019 DigiGlobe, it makes it sound like that this image was taken in 2019 DigiGlobe.
I was asked when it was copyrighted, and it says copyright
All right, does that
2019
mean that-
DigiGlobe.
are you saying that's when this photograph was taken?
No.
All right, so when you get on the internet, that's how you have to get on the internet to look at any of these maps that are available,
Yes.
right? And you should be aware, because you use this all the time, that anybody can get on Google and pull up these maps, right?
Yeah, I don't disagree. Anybody with
But-
an internet connection.
Have you had the experience, you pull up the map and you actually study and it informs you when the image was taken? That's one question.
Okay. I don't remember ever getting a notification when I bring up like Google or Yahoo
Oh, you
Maps.
look for it, you have to look for it. All right,
So the answer would be no.
so are you aware that you can get current maps and current images, but you pay for it? You have to sign up and pay for it on account. Otherwise, you get what everybody else gets. So can you really say that this right now is a current map?
No.
Okay. Lack of foundation.
Well, Judge, this falls into the area.
Here's the thing.
Okay, here's,
Well, let him
Finish
finish
up.
his argument, then I'll respond. And, you know, if he's got more to say, please.
So
tell
for
us why we
example,
shouldn't
if
rely on
somebody
satellite
wants to get on
technology.
Google
let him
Maps,
finish.
I'm sorry.
Go
somebody
ahead.
wants to get on Google Maps and see their house, right?
Yes.
Have you ever tried to do that?
No.
All right.
Not to see my house. I see my house every day.
In your investigation, sure. So, this map here, you don't know when that photograph was taken, when that image was taken, and how much development has taken place, or how many roads were put in, or where a deck was built on a piece of property, or whether a store popped up. You just don't know for sure.
Well, I was just down here a month ago, so I can speak to that.
Well, you can speak to what?
Well, it's
How high in the air
About
do you
what
think that
develop,
photograph is being
about
taken?
what development has occurred regarding this particular area. I was down there in I guess it's been more than a month now.
So
We've been
you're
here a
saying
month.
you can look at
It was in
that-
July.
You can look at that and say it's exactly the way it is right now.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You asked about or you started to talk about development and whether or not there's been any development. I can speak to that. I don't know if anybody's built a new deck. I didn't pay attention to that. No argument whatsoever. I don't think we're going to go in this where people's decks are. I think, however, we're probably going to talk about that parking lot
You
right there.
understand my point.
And I can talk about that parking lot.
I can look at my house right now and I'll tell you it's 15 years old, because I got to pay a fee to see a current one.
Sure.
Here's what I'm gonna allow. I'm gonna allow him to ask questions as to the parking lots at this point, and that's because the officer has pretty much testified it's the same location, same size as it was back in 2016.
Yeah, but I am going to make one slight change to that. We didn't get there yet, but I'd like to point at the map and give an area that has been clear cut since then that's connected to this parking lot, and a new building has been erected by the Department of Natural Resources. I can add to that. It's
That's
recent since 2016.
That'll be fine. Where's that at?
Right here in the corner. Basically, if you take Sullivan and Caudell intersection, they've taken, the Department of Natural Resources has taken, this is their area anyway, it's state-owned land. They've taken a small section here and squared it off, and they put in a large, very large warehouse. They store some of their gear there. So they just basically squared that section off right there. And it,
Yeah, yeah.
we can zoom in too if you want. Yeah, right here. Basically, if you were to square this section off right here, they've taken that and they've clear cut it. It resembles this kind of gravelly parking lot area, and they put a big building right over there in the corner. So it's woods depicted here in the map.
Right, I don't see
It's-
a building.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's been clear cut since then. So since this picture was taken, that's the development that I'm aware of. Besides that, I can't speak to decks on houses, and I can't speak to anything else. There's no new roads that I'm aware of. This is the racetrack. It's exactly how I remember it being for as long as I remember the Butte being the Butte. And that's the change that I'm aware of, and I think that's the only change that's going to be in anything that we're going to talk about here today.
So since I'm crossing on this foundation, may I continue?
Yep, gotta get by a bike though.
You want
That's the whole point I'm making. Sure, you know of developments recently. I mean, it's part of your job. But that hasn't been cleared, and there is no building on there. We don't know when this was taken.
and I never argued that. I'm in agreement with you on that.
Okay, officer, you can sit down. The
Thanks.
court will stand by its ruling that will allow the state to ask questions regarding this parking lot based on the testimony that is in the same location as it was in 2016. But leave it at that.
I don't know, but this picture, we don't know if it's in 2016 or 2007, sir.
Sit down and we'll let you ask questions, answer questions. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So when you suggested, after you knew that David was going to be killed, when you suggested Jim's Creek, were you talking about the creek itself, the waterway, or were you talking about the parking lot on Sullivan Road that's a trailhead?
That parking lot, sir.
And this is again just going on what's going on in your mind. you just, you envisioned, if they took your suggestion, going to the parking lot? Is that what you envisioned in your mind?
Yes, sir.
But not going on any of the trails? You see the trails that come off the parking lot and go through the
It's
woods?
beyond what the court just told. Mr.
Yeah,
Polachek.
those trails
What
could
was
be
the-
old, we really don't know, but the officer testified the parking lot, the size of it and the location are the same as it was in 2016. So
Right.
leave it to that, so.
Okay, well, there are trails coming off that parking lot. Let's take the map aside. You know that there are trails going off the parking lot to the river, to the Connect River.
Yes, sir.
So the party spot that you're talking about, where people four-wheel, and people have bonfires, and people do what else?
They fish, dirt bikes.
So where is the party spot that you're talking about?
There's the people sometimes do it in the trailhead. Every time I've gone there, there's always been cars. There may not have been, hundreds of cars or, that many cars, but there's always been at least five cars with big trailers on the back.
Let me ask the foundation, so how many times have you been to the parking lot there?
When I was still living with my mom and I had visitation rights,
When you were forever, like before November 13th, how many times had you been to that parking lot?
hundreds of times, sir.
Hundreds.
I would say so.
So you're very familiar with this area,
Yes, sir.
and you're very familiar with the trails.
Yes, sir. I used to go camping with my dad all the time back there, sir.
So you are also familiar that you can get into some wooded areas using the trails, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are also familiar that you could drive full-size vehicles on those trails.
Yes, they're very wide trails,
And
probably
people
fit
do it
3
all the
cars.
time, right?
Yeah, people are always back there, sir.
And you also would be familiar then that there are some trails peeling off the main trails in that area.
Smaller trails, yes, sir.
Now, some of those trails could be challenging to navigate in a bigger vehicle, right?
I would say most of them are just side trails for like four-wheelers,
Yeah.
dirt bikes and stuff.
But a lot of people use those trails to get to the riverbed, and then they start driving towards the Knick Glacier, and they crossing small streams and whatnot, right?
I don't think I've been that far up there, sir. I've only been past the first big crossing.
So again, why did you suggest this per your testimony today?
That, they might see cars in the driveway or, like when you're driving up the trail, in my experience, more often than not, sometimes you got to pull over because other vehicles are driving past or,
So from what I'm hearing, this must be really difficult for you, right? Right? I mean,
Yes, sir.
you're high, you're drunk, you say you're confronted with all this new information about your buddies, and then you're trying to help David, but make them think that you're along with the plan. That's what's going on here? Am I understanding this correctly?
yes, sir.
And who's got the guns? Where are the guns in the truck when this is going on?
Dominic Johnson had the Ruger. He had it in his lap when he was driving, and Austin Barrett had the XDM 9mm in the back seat to the right of me, sir.
So the gun is just on Johnson's lap the whole time?
From what I could tell, yes.
Through all the turns, through all
Yes,
the
sir.
stops and starts, it's always in his lap?
Yes, sir.
Elmendinger's gun is on Johnson's lap.
Yes, sir.
And what's Barrett doing with his gun?
He's just holding it
Left or right hand?
right hand, sir.
And what did they say about your suggestion that you should go to Jim's Creek?
I don't remember specifically why, but they said that that would be dumb. It was Eric that said that would be dumb.
Did he give a reason?
I don't specifically remember the reason. I mean, I know he lived in Palmer for however many years of his life, so a lot.
But when you say Jim's Creek, I know you said you're thinking about the parking lot, right?
That's what everybody calls it, yes, sir.
But you said you thought they would know what you're saying, but Jim's Creek, that whole area is known as Jim's Creek, right?
Yes, sir.
Including the riverbed.
Yes, sir.
So you thought they would know you're talking about that general area? Is that what you thought?
That general area, yes, sir.
And why did Elmeninger say that was dumb?
I told you, sir, I did not remember exactly why. I just remember him saying kind of offhandedly that would be dumb.
And you're saying neither Elmeninger, like the bad guys, neither Elmeninger nor Barrett nor Johnson ever came up with any other options other than killing David?
The only one I specifically remember was Maud Road, and Austin said Maud Road, sir.
No, I didn't mean locations. I mean, did any of them ever come to their senses, the bad guys, and say, okay, that's enough. Let's just let him out.
No, they didn't, sir.
Now, was there more drug use in the Bronco or not?
Not at that time, sir, no.
And then you testified you passed Sullivan Road. They didn't take you up on your suggestion. And what happens next?
We followed the road until the start of the bridge. I don't know what the bridge's name's called. Old Glen Bridge, maybe.
Okay. Oh, so we can use this map, we can continue on it? Now, you can, okay, you heard the legal arguments, right, but you can verify that the main roads haven't changed at all. You grew up in the valley, right? You can verify that the road has gone across the Critic River at that point for years and years and years and years, right?
Yes, sir, there's two bridges.
Exactly. You're very familiar with that area and have been familiar, and we're familiar with it before November 13th, right?
I was familiar with it before the 13th.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
very familiar with this area,
Yes, sir.
yeah. And so was there any hesitation? You see where there's parking areas before you go to the bridge. You can also park. Here, let me show you what I'm talking about. So that's where I pointed to. That's an area where people can go off the road and park. They wouldn't have to go to the Sullivan area parking lot. They can just offload their ATVs right there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So who is doing the talking once you get past Sullivan Road and start approaching the bridge?
I don't remember specifically who was saying what, but I'm only saying the stuff that I can specifically remember who said, sir.
Right. And at this point, it's Elmeninger, Johnson, and Barrett are the bad guys, not you, right?
I didn't want any of this happen,
Yeah,
sir.
okay. And then whose suggestion was it to turn on Knick River Road?
Dominic was gonna turn around right before you like get on the bridge itself.
Why?
I don't know. He's like, I'm gonna turn. We should just turn around right here. And Eric said to keep going across the bridge. I don't know why Eric said that. Eric wanted to go across the bridge, maybe there's along this way. I don't know why. But and then when we got to the end of it, the end of the bridge, I don't remember who pointed it out. Somebody, I remember pointing at the road kind of animatedly, like, go down that road.
And you're
type of
still
thing.
drunk and high during this time, right? Because it's only been like a half hour since you were at the Elmeninger's house, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you testified you guys went all the way to the end of Knick River Road, right?
That's what I remember, sir.
You know how many miles that is?
I do know because of this trial, it's like 13 miles.
Were you to the end of that road before November 13th?
I don't think I have, sir, no.
Well, what was the conversation in the truck on the Knick River Road? Was there any more begging by David? Did his life be spared?
Not that I can specifically recall, sir.
Because everybody knew what was going to happen at that point, including you.
Yes, sir,
Yeah.
at that point.
So the thought about driving to the end was, let's drive to the most remote, distant spot we can drive to on this road, correct?
That was our plan, yes, sir.
And there's a lodge at the end, right?
I don't remember, I remember Trooper Weggerson saying it was a lodge at the time. I don't think I knew it was a lodge.
And it was dark.
Yes, sir.
And you drove all the way, what happens at the end?
I don't, I remember they said, well, this doesn't go anywhere farther, and something like that. It was Dominic, because he was the one driving. He said, this doesn't go any farther, and he just kind of turned around. And we
And
followed.
of course, you weren't saying anything?
No, sir, I wasn't, I didn't say much that whole ride at all, sir.
And so again, everything that happened on Connect River, you're seeing it through your marijuana and alcohol goggles, right?
Yes, sir.
The conversation in the Bronco, what were people saying would be a good spot for a murder?
Nobody, like I said, the only time I remember anybody saying specifically a place would be when Austin said Mod Road.
No?
Well, I mean, I assume that's what he meant, because right after that, that's when he said, I gotta do this, I'm gonna do this. He knows too much, he's gonna tell on us.
And you'd be involved in the telling on us, your name would come up if David talked about this too, right?
Well, I don't know what he would tell them,
Well, the first
because
question,
I didn't do anything to him, sir.
well, the first question is, who was there when this happened to you? That's question number one.
Who was there when this
Right.
happened to me?
Yeah, that's what they would have asked David. And your name would have been brought up as one of the people involved in this.
That I would have been there, yes.
Yeah.
But not that I did anything to him, sir.
And of course, you went to great lengths to deny your participation in this whole Connect River Road business and the camper business was when you were interviewed the first two times.
Yes, sir, I didn't
And-
tell him anything about,
And the second interview was 2.5 hours worth of poking and prodding.
Objection. You're
And
not letting him
redirecting.
answer. He's on this run again. I'm cutting him off, and
Let him answer, Mr. Kalichuk.
I lied, not because I wanted to, but because of Austin threatened us. I wasn't gonna say anything to the cops.
Well, Eric was one of the bad guys too. You threw him under the bus, and
That's what Austin told me to tell him, sir.
so why is Austin worse than Eric?
Why?
Why is Austin worse than Eric?
Because of what I seen him do, sir.
Yeah, Eric directed the people to go to the place where David Grunwald was shot.
He directed him down the road, sir, not the specific spot. We haven't got to that, sir.
How is Austin any worse than Dominic Johnson? Dominic Johnson beat David Grunwald up and started this whole thing. How is Austin the worst guy?
He shot him, sir.
Yeah, anybody could have shot him. We don't know how. How do we know Austin shot him? Your word, right?
That is my true testimony today, sir.
Right.
Is that's what my testimony is, sir.
That's your fourth version.
That is, yes, my fourth version.
Now, when you said Eric Elmeninger shot him, now we're to the murder. When you told Sergeant Wegson that Eric Elmeninger shot David Grunwald, you knew that you were implicating him as the principal in this murder case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's what I mean by throwing him under the bus. You
Yes, sir.
subjected a 16-year-old to the auto waiver statute, saying he was the principal, that he murdered, in cold blood, murdered David Grunwald.
Yes, sir, I did.
And you sidetracked their investigation by doing that, right?
I assume I did, sir, yes.
That may be a good place to stop for lunch, Mr. Kalachek.
All right, thank you.
Okay, members of the jury, we'll go back on record at 1:15. Report back to your jury room when after lunch. And we can go off record.
They just feel, I'm pretty confident defendants feel that the state doesn't have the resources and the time to listen to phone calls, and a lot of times we don't. But during a trial, there are people that have time to listen to such things.
Well, I've seen it in many a case, so.
Yeah.
So we'll just figure that, we'll listen to it, or if Mr. Provost will talk to his client about it first. So what I am going to bring up with the jury at the end of the day then is I'm gonna have them think about doing Saturday deliberations. Because I think we will be done. My guess is that even if you play those, it's only
Right.
5 minutes, and like you said, it's,
So, Judge, I guess I haven't chimed in on the court's question about scheduling. Yes, I don't think my cross will stretch until tomorrow, and tomorrow is Wednesday, so we can probably look at some jury instructions tomorrow at some
afternoon.
point.
That's kind of what I was hoping to do.
And then I don't see any
So,
I don't see any impediment to closings taking place on Thursday.
That's what I was gonna really ask about. What?
definitely plan on jury instructions tomorrow, certainly by afternoon.
Okay, let's do
And
that.
so if, the defense does have some proposed modifications or additions to some of the jury instructions.
Okay,
I will.
did
do
you
my
get the
best.
email address to send them to?
Well, that's what I would say. I have Mr. Kalachek's, of course, but to get those to the court.
Didn't she give you the
Was that
information?
your judicial assistant?
No, that was, yeah, I think it was to the judicial assistants for Judge
Yeah, it was on a
McDonald.
sticky, but my.
Well, we'll get it to you
my
by the end of
office
the day.
up here,
All right, we can get that back to both parties if you have any special
and
ones,
then I'll
okay?
send them out by email, so.
And like Mr. Kalachek said, you have them in Word, so you can send any corrections that you wanted to back to the,
I probably have them someplace. The court can imagine how many computer files we have. We probably have the instructions someplace in Word.
I know the court gave us a copy.
we give you a hard copy, and then Mr. Kalachek asked last week, you know, we have this in Word, do you guys have this in Word?
I'll look tonight.
Yeah, would you please send that to us as a PFD attachment, so we have
To
electronic?
both of you?
I
Okay,
can't
what I'll have the law clerk come in at the break
Because.
and talk
that
to you
way
guys
I can
about getting it back to you electronically, and then where to you to send your
And then I can just
modifications.
add any additions or modifications.
That's what we want, so just highlight them electronically, that way we don't have to cut and paste, okay? So we'll get that to you at the break, we'll send a email to
Now, will that
Janet.
just be the final jury instructions, or can you send all of them, from the beginning? If you had a set of instructions
I got a final set right here
that
that
would
I've
include
put
everything?
together that has added everything, including the fact that he testified. I think I put that as number 4.
I forgot, we asked, does the court have it in Word or not?
Yeah, we do. That's
Oh,
what
okay.
that's why she came in and
Good,
said
good,
that she
good.
can get it to you, but I'll have her come back in at our break, 3, okay?
Okay.
And then at the end of the day, I'm gonna tell the jurors to be thinking about whether or not they would like to deliberate, those who are the final jurors, on Saturday. Because we have to give notice to the clerk, to the office here, and they have to get the judicial services available and so forth, okay?
So if we do closing Thursday, I don't know how long the state is gonna take, but I'm assuming that it's not gonna take a whole trial day, but maybe it will.
Well, I'm gonna have to read the instructions, starting at 8:30, that'll take an hour. And then I presume the state can, 9:30 till noon, you think that'll be long enough?
I never rehearse, I never do a dry run on my closings, but 9:30 to 12, that's 3
2.5 hours.
Yeah, I don't think my first closing's gonna be quite that long.
That's fine, we'll just break for lunch because the courtroom's gonna be used.
Okay.
And then the afternoon will be yours, starting at 1.
Sure.
And then whatever, 1 till we're done.
And then,
So-
of course, the court knows the rebuttal's usually about a half hour or 20 minutes.
We'll have all afternoon, we can go to 4:35, whatever. Then we can dismiss the alternates, We'll have our 12 jurors, they'll be assigned where they're supposed to come, and they can start Friday morning. That's gonna be the plan. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring the jury in, and remind me to talk to them about that at the end of the day, okay? Yeah, just so they'll know here, so the clerks will know. Excuse me. So Renfro, take a seat. Okay.
You're ready. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, please be seated, everybody. We are on record. Mr. Renfro, you understand you're under oath.
Yes, sir.
You may continue, Mr. Gallatin.
Thank you. Now, there's no doubt in your mind that all of you drove all the way to the end of Knick River Road, right?
I'm pretty sure we did, sir.
And what was going on there? Was the lodge lit up at the end of Knick River Road?
I don't remember specifically, sir.
Do you remember if you could see the lodge from the end of the road, or are there bushes and trees in the way?
I don't remember, sir.
Remember if there's a parking lot first before you get to the lodge?
I only remember Dominic saying, well, the end of this road is here, so we turned around. He said something like that. I can't recall specific.
Now
words
you're
he said.
driving back to the scene of the murder, right?
Yes, sir.
And what is being said during those 7 miles?
I can't specifically tell you word for word, sir.
Do you have a general sense of what is being said during those 7 miles?
Well,
Yeah.
I'm confused, Your Honor. My understanding to date is that once they got onto the Knick River Road, the dirt road, it was 7 miles. And if they're at the lodge, I'm confused because is the state saying it's 7 miles to get to where they parked and murdered David?
Yeah, it's like 14 to the lodge, then they have to double back
Oh, it's 14 miles
to
to the lodge?
I
approximately.
think that was established by the
Okay,
officer.
So
yeah.
it's about midway?
Yeah.
All right.
So do you have a general sense, even if you can't remember the exact statements, do you have a general sense of what was being discussed during those 7 miles after Johnson doubled back?
Yeah, but it's not, I can't tell you who said it, and that's not what you asked me for, sir.
No, I asked you about the general sense. What was the topic of conversation during those 7 miles?
Just kind of where to go. I don't remember who said it.
Just the best place to kill David, right?
That's what they were discussing, yes.
And who picked the spot?
It was Austin He seemed to start being, to me, looked like he was starting to be frustrated.
He was in a backseat with you, right?
Yes, sir.
Johnson's still driving, right?
Yes, sir.
So who picked the spot?
Austin,
What did he say?
he seen the pull off on the right coming up, and he basically just said to pull in there.
Now, everything you're saying again, now that we're going to get into what happens in the woods, we're just relying on you as far as you're saying this is truthful testimony, right?
Absolutely, sir.
And the only other witnesses are the bad guys you described, Barrett, Almeninger, and Johnson, right?
Yes, sir.
And you don't put yourself in that category of bad guys, right?
Absolutely not, sir.
So remember yesterday I asked you, what does the word chilling mean to you? And you looked at me like I was, some kind of crazy old guy, right?
Don't remember looking at you like
Then
that,
remember
sir.
I told you I asked you because you used it in your interviews. That was the reason I asked you what the word chilling means to you. I didn't ask it just because I have a general curiosity of what that word means. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what I'm referring to is you're essentially telling us that you're in a hostage situation. You're essentially being coerced mentally to remain in that Bronco, right? Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes, sir.
And so despite being high and drunk, you are in fear, according to your testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay. So that's what, as to the word chilling, you got the copy of the transcript there, right?
Yes, sir.
So the reason I asked that,
What page?
I haven't gotten there yet. First of all, let's look at page 28.
28.
Tell me when you're on that page. You're on the page?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Sergeant Wegson is asking questions, and it's basically about what's going on in Connect River Road. But eventually, he says, tell me about the conversation that's taking place between the Bronco and where David gets shot. Okay, see that question?
Yes, sir.
And your response is, we didn't say anything until we got to the truck, meaning back to the truck after David's shot?
I don't remember the context. I mean,
You don't remember what
until
you
we didn't
meant?
say anything until we got to the truck.
You don't remember what you meant?
Could mean when,
And I'm not at the
Got it.
part I'm really interested in yet, but here it is. And then he says, okay, and you say, quote, and me and Dominic were basically just chilling. And then Eric looked up and he said, all right, it's time to go. And he was just basically how we need to not do what I'm doing right now, et cetera. But I'm focusing on this word chilling. You're telling us you're in a hostage situation, but when you describe what's going on in Connect River Road, you said that you and Johnson are quote-unquote chilling, which means relaxing, right?
or relaxing could be one, or trying to stay out of the way.
Yep.
It's,
What
you
I'm
could look
getting
at it a couple different,
Okay,
you could look at it a couple
going.
different versions.
keep going, all right. Chilling does not have any connotation of fear, does it?
It depends on, not,
Have you ever heard the word chilling used in relation to fear?
I don't know, sir.
Ever?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. And this is the other thing I'm getting at. Why don't you go to page 103 of that interview? Now, following up on this inquiry about your use of the particular word chilling. Were you still afraid of anybody at Devin Peterson's house or not?
In the transcript or in,
No, in your fourth version, so in real time, I'll call it, your story right now. Were you still afraid when you got to Peterson's?
yes, I was, sir.
And this is the guy that you know best out of all these guys, right? You testified.
Devin, yes.
Yeah. And he's the oldest out of all these guys, right?
I think Austin was.
And his mother's home, right, when you guys got there?
I don't know.
And you're the one suggested going to this house before you got there.
Yes, sir.
Now look at the bottom of page 103. Are you on 103 with me?
Yeah.
All right. And this is about Sergeant Wegson is asking you what happened at Peterson's. And he says, okay, and then what did you do once you get there, question mark. And you said, I asked him for some gas cans, and Eric was talking to him. And then Dominic got out of the truck and we went over and talked to him.
And went over, not we went over.
Say what?
It says, and went over, not and we went over, sir.
Ann went over and talked to him, and I was just chilling. And then you say, we were just chilling in the truck, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, you picked that word. It wasn't Sergeant Wegson that picked that word. This is your interview, your language, after you're being advised by an Alaska State Trooper at the trooper post with your mother present how important this was, right?
Yes, sir.
Nobody's forcing you what to say?
Austin was.
Austin was on your left shoulder forcing you what to say in this interview?
Not in a literal sense, sir.
So, again, are you still in a hostage situation at Peterson's house?
Mentally, yes, sir.
You're using the word chilling, indicating you were relaxing with the others at Devin Peterson's, hanging out, chilling.
Most of this interview is a lie, sir. I only said this interview because, like I said, sir, because of what Austin told me to say. I would.
So are you saying you chose that word? Like, I mean, you think about this that deeply, that you're choosing your vocabulary to suit what Austin would have wanted you to say? Is that what
Not
you're
the
saying?
vocabulary, just like me saying, Eric did this and Eric did that. That's all. In real time, that's not true. I only said that because that's what Austin wanted me to say. He didn't want me to indicate him with anything, or Dominic. Dominic didn't want me to indicate him with anything.
So, you know, when you gave that 12-6 interview, you basically snitched out Dominic Johnson too, right?
That he was there, yes.
Well, not just that he was you also said that he was the driver throughout all this.
That he drove, yes.
Right, so you snitched him out too, right?
Okay, yes, sir.
And how many times had you been to Peterson's?
I don't know how many times.
Did the phone call happen first to him, or did you suggest going to his house first?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
You don't remember?
I don't remember if he was called first or if it was suggested first, sir.
Okay. At the Knik River Road, you said Austin Barrett shot David Grunwald, right?
In real time, yes, sir.
And he used the black gun,
The XDM, yes, sir.
and you said he had to rack it. How do you know he had to rack it?
Because I heard it.
Now, tell me, so you already told me that you don't think there was any snow on the ground on November 13th, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so, sir.
And it was dark out, right?
Yes, sir.
And you saw how thick those woods are, right?
Yes, sir.
How are people not tripping over roots and bushes and alders and everything that's out there?
There was, the moon was out. I don't know how to explain it, sir. It was.
Was the moon out, or was it cloudy? Do you know? Or are you just guessing now?
I think the moon was out.
People are using their phones, the flashlights on their phones?
Nobody had their phones on at that time.
And again, we already established that you knew before that David was gonna get killed, right?
Yes, Austin said that, sir.
And are you certain, like, you're still high and drunk at this time, right?
What time would this be?
I don't know, you were there.
Yes, yeah, I didn't have a phone, sir.
Well, it only takes, how long does it take to drive from from the camper? You guys are smoking the last marijuana in the camper. How long does it drive from, you were there, how long does it take to drive from the camper to the end of Knick River Road and then double back to mile 7.3?
I don't know. Time was impaired for me. I couldn't
So are you saying
accurately tell time.
the only way you can answer my question as to whether you were high during the murder is to do some retrograde extrapolation of the effects of marijuana and alcohol on a human body? I mean, I'm asking you personally, were you still high when David Grunwald was shot?
High, yes. I don't know how drunk I was at that
You
point.
sure that that gun hit, did Austin Bear rack that gun?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Because he had the gun at the camper. He had the gun on the ride there. He said he had to kill him.
Now, in that 12-6 interview, you were doing your best to convince this man that it was Eric Almendinger that shot David Grunwald, right?
Absolutely, sir.
And you sounded just like you sound right now, right? You heard the tape. Right? Trying to be just as convincing.
I don't know, sir.
And-
You could look at it that way.
Well, and you knew, and this is already testified in direct through your attorney, you knew when you gave that interview that Almendinger had been arrested already, right?
Yes, sir.
And you knew he gave a statement, right?
Yes, sir.
And you knew most of the stuff you said in the statement.
Whatever was online, yes, sir.
Right. So that's what I'm saying, like on the 12-6 interview, like before the 12-6 interview, you kept maintaining that you were not involved in any of this, right?
Yes, sir. That's
But
what
then
I was
before
told
you-
not to say.
But in the meantime, you're communicating with all your friends.
It's not like I would seek them out, sir.
That's not my question. You are communicating with your friends.
At that point, I wouldn't call any of my friends.
Well, how about this? You called Eric Almendinger as soon as you got out of the November 30th interview with Sergeant Weggs, and that was the first thing you did on your phone that was reactivated. You called Eric Almendinger.
On his phone number?
November 30th.
I know,
yes.
but how did I call him, sir?
With the phone that you just got activated.
I called his phone number.
Right.
His,
It's in the exhibit.
he had a phone at that time, sir?
Well, whatever. You contacted him, and then you had a bunch of deleted messages
that?
between,
Which exhibit are you referring to?
I don't know the number. Yeah, we can go to it. I got it on the PowerPoint. Oh, it's it's the other one, that one.
And what number exhibit is this?
281.
281, okay.
Do you remember any of that?
On Facebook?
Well, it's your Facebook. That's where they got this information.
It says Eric hold on.
You'd Almendinger right after the interview. It's blurry. It's a screenshot of the exhibit.
What time does that say? 18/16/55? That's, what time was the interview over? 1 o'clock, that's 5 hours later.
Got the book there, you can look at it if you really need to. But my basic question is, as soon as you got done talking to the cops, you're on the phone with your buddies, the bad guys, the people you're scared of, right?
Hold on, sir.
Give me.
And I'm using the word called, but Facebook, it's from your Facebook. That one says call. The first one is call. The rest are deleted messages. Call from Bradley Renfro to Eric Almendinger.
So roughly an hour after the interview, I probably did tell them that they interviewed me. I probably did.
Right, you are in communication with the bad guys during the time that you so supposedly are cooperating with the troopers.
But do you know the context of that conversation? I was trying to tell them that they had talked to me, not
Why?
why?
Why? Yeah, why?
Because I didn't want it to come from Taven or anybody else and have them and Taven or Dominic's little brother tell Dominic or, wow, Brad just got picked up by the cops or something, and then they're wondering why. Hey, Bradley, why didn't you tell us the cops picked you up? And this, that, and the third, and then they start thinking I was telling them anything.
Well, while we're on this thing, tell us what was in all the deleted messages between you and Eric Almeninger on November 30th, right after your interview. Since you deleted them, why don't you tell us what all those messages were?
It's probably more of the same,
I
sir.
don't want probablys. You're the one that was communicating with Eric Almeninger, not anybody else in his courtroom. Tell me what were on those messages.
It was, to the best of my knowledge, it was probably more of the same of that.
It was probably filling him in about exactly what Sergeant Wegson asked you and exactly what you said. To give him a heads up.
Absolutely.
To give him a heads up where the investigation is going, right?
Absolutely. I didn't want them to
Absolutely.
think that I was talking to them, and then they're like, well, hey, Bradley, turns out you're talking to the cops, you didn't tell us, and then they try and come after me. I didn't want any of that to happen to me.
The bottom line is you are contacting one of the bad guys repeatedly right after the interview with Sergeant Wegson, right?
In my mind, I had to. Yes, sir,
Yeah.
I did.
And this goes to, I'm setting the stage, this goes to your 12-6 interview that you say is chock full of lies. You also knew that Eric Almeninger had been picked up, right?
Picked up for his,
You knew that he had been arrested because you were at his house.
yeah, arrested, yes.
You knew that he had been interviewed at length. You knew exactly what he said. You said in your previous testimony through
Yes, sir.
Facebook and other sources, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the other thing, like the other slide, please. So Exhibit 277, regarding communications with the guys that you're afraid of, here's the one on 11/29. So this is right before your interview, before your second interview with Sergeant Wegson. You are chatting with Dominic Johnson, one of the other bad guys, and there is a phone call from you to Dominic Johnson of considerable duration during that day. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is part of you guys planning on how to fool the cops about getting out of this case, right?
That's,
I'm not objecting to the question, but I'd like Mr. Renfro to have that exhibit in front of him so he can look at it and,
Judge, could I make it any bigger?
well, he's
you
not
see it?
standing in front of it.
I can,
If you can't see it, you can stand up and take the mic. There you go, you can stand right there.
okay.
See that, right? That's the day before your interview, second interview with Sergeant Wegson.
Yes, sir.
What kind of messages were going back and forth between you and Dominic Johnson? You deleted them from Facebook. You tell us what the messages were. You don't know.
I don't know specifically,
You don't
no.
remember.
No, sir.
I mean, you're using those words a lot in this cross-examination, right? I don't know. I don't remember.
It's been 2 years, almost 10 months. Do you remember? I don't know anybody else that can say exact conversations they've had.
This is probably the most significant
Look,
event
Your
in
Honor,
your...
I object, because you can't have it both ways. He's expecting Mr. Renfro to tell him what he was saying. He can rephrase it. What do you think the topic of the conversation was? Give him a chance to put some context.
Judge, he's got a lot of chances. I'm giving him some more here.
You don't need to be argumentative, just keep going.
You don't remember any of those deleted communications as far as the content of them between you and Dominic Johnson on the 29th?
I was at Dominic Johnson's mother's house that night with Taven, Dominic's little brother. I was probably just checking in with Dominic.
You're using somebody else's phone, somebody else's device to access your Facebook, right?
I think it was Taven's computer.
Checking in with Dominic about what? How to cover up a murder?
No, sir, about just
No.
what I was doing and what was going on. As you can see, he texted me first, sir. I did not seek out that conversation.
Right, but then you called him and had a phone call of 311 seconds with him.
5-minute phone call.
Yeah.
I-
About what?
I don't remember exactly, sir.
So you see the problem, you, keeping in mind these exhibits that I just showed you, you told this jury that it was your intent to help Sergeant Wegson on the 30th, right? And you told your mother that too in the interview.
Sir, I said I wanted to help, but I just
No,
couldn't do it.
No, you told them you were going to cooperate, that you were going to do a glass warrant against these guys.
Yeah, in the interview, yes, I
Yeah,
did,
but
sir.
you knew that was never going to be a possibility. That never was going to happen.
I don't think I couldn't bring myself to do it, sir.
Well, if you call them, the first thing they're going to ask is, what are you talking about, Bradley? You were there. Why are you asking me about what I did at the Knick River Road when you were there? And if Sergeant Wegson was listening into this, sitting next to you, he's going to hear all that. So this was a non-starter from the beginning. You knew that. Despite all the stuff you told to Sergeant Wegson about you being a person that was going to be helpful in the investigation, you knew that was never going to happen when you were interviewed on November 30th. And then you were providing counter surveillance to your buddies via Facebook and via phone calls.
See, I don't know that that's what I was doing, sir. You're saying that I was doing that, but I mean, I don't remember what that was about, and you're taking that out of context. I didn't seek out a conversation with Dominic Johnson, sir.
I'm giving you an opportunity on the stand to tell the jurors exactly what the content of those messages were. I'm not trying to put any words in your mouth.
I know, and I said I can't recall what that conversation would have been about.
No idea at all.
I don't think so. It could have been about the 12 or the 11:26 interview when Taven was in the car for that. I don't know, sir, like what exactly that conversation was about.
This goes back to, you felt used by the cops. I mean, you didn't feel used by the cops. You were using the cops to get information to your buddies, right?
Right. I remember feeling that when I was younger, sir.
Did you think Sergeant Wegson really believed you on November 30th when you said you didn't have anything to do with David Grunwald's disappearance?
Yes, sir.
You really did?
I believe that, yes.
And you know how the group messed up, right? You know what put Sergeant Wegson onto you and the others, right? The police onto you and the others. Dominic using his phone to call Devin when you left the Knick River. Dominic using his phone to call the cab.
That sounds
Right.
about right.
Getting a taxi driver to pick you guys up who can verify that he picked up 3 guys from the Little Sioux Bridge. You see all the screw-ups, You see the things that led them to think that you were involved in this, led them to think that Dominic Johnson was involved in this, led them to think that Eric Almendinger was involved in this.
That sounds reasonable. Why he found out?
I mean, did you really think you were going to lie your way out of this on 11/26?
My intention was to not. I lied, yes. I did lie, but Austin was in that truck, and when he pulled us over, Austin was he had his phone in the 11:26 interview. The truck we got pulled over, Austin had the XDM, and he had the phone. He had a phone.
And you're hanging out with Austin voluntarily.
See, that was.
How'd you get together with him right before that?
Let him answer.
Yeah. Let
I'm
him,
listening.
Question and cut him off again.
I'm listening.
I think Austin got dropped out. He wanted to hang out with me, got a hold of me. I don't know how. I don't know the reason for him wanting to hang out with me. I was with Alyssa. We didn't have anywhere to go. Taven told Alyssa that we could go over there for Thanksgiving. Austin came along with us. I think that was also the 27th was the morning that Misty kicked Austin out because he was acting super suspicious and doing weird stuff.
More suspicious than you lying in front of the troopers and your mother?
I don't think Misty knew about that, sir.
Let me do this. Let's finish up with Knick River, then we'll get into all the context you had with Austin after November 13th. You covered your version, the 4.0 version of what happened in the woods. Let's now go to the ride in the Bronco back to Devon's. You're the one that suggested Devon's, right?
Suggested Devins to get the gas cans.
To go to Devon's. Because he's your
yeah,
bud. He
to
was,
ask for gas cans, yes, sir.
right, so now you suggested that all of you drive across the whole Matsu Valley to get to Devon's house, right, in the stolen Bronco.
Yes, sir. But somebody, okay, yes, continue your question,
Right.
sir. Sorry.
Yeah, so you made that suggestion, right?
To go to Devon's, yes.
Go to Devon's to get the gas cans, right?
To get gas cans, yes, sir.
So there was discussion about burning the Bronco promptly after the murder, right?
I can't tell you exactly where that happened.
Where did you make
on
the suggestion? Where were you on the road when you made the suggestion?
I can't tell you exactly where that specific conversation took place, sir.
Why did you make that suggestion?
Somebody said to get rid of the truck, to burn it. And I said we could go to Devon's to get the gas cans, sir.
So Devon's the kind of guy that if you roll up to his place in an unfamiliar truck and ask for gas cans, he wouldn't say anything. He would just be like, sure. Not ask why you needed gas cans at 10 o'clock at night.
Is Devon that type of person?
Right. I mean, the usual questions would be, whose vehicle is that?
I think.
What are
along
you
that
guys
line,
doing? Huh?
Dominic or Eric, somebody used Dominic's phone to call Devon, I think. I think at that point.
Someone? Was it you?
No, sir.
But you're Devon's best friend.
Well, it turns out that's what I thought when I asked to stay at Devon's. When we got there, he said that only Austin could stay.
And did you ask him to stay before Austin decided to stay or after?
I said before, but I asked him before,
Yeah?
but Austin's like, no, I'm getting out of the truck. You know, like he didn't want anything to do with burning the truck or anything. And Devon said, well, you know, Austin's gonna stay.
Did you keep saying, I want to stay too?
Yeah, I didn't want to be a part of the truck.
Yeah, I know, but the guy you just put as the murderer is going to stay at Devon's. So here's your chance to get away from the murderer with his gun, murder weapon. And you're saying you want to stay at Devon's with the murderer?
No, sir.
So which one is it? Did you ask before Austin asked?
I asked before Austin, but Austin said that he wanted to stay, and Devon basically chose Austin over me, sir.
Because they're better friends?
I would assume that's why.
So I presume nobody had guns out when you were driving with your buddies to your buddy's Devon's house, right?
Austin definitely still had his gun in his
Why?
hand. I don't know why he had his gun in his hand.
How about the 40? Where was the 40 at this point?
I believe Dominic still had it.
Well, did he? Everybody was in the woods already, right? And then they came back to the truck, and you're saying it was in the same spot on his lap, like you said before?
At that point, I think I lost track of who
Well,
had that one.
I mean, you saw those texts by Eric in Discovery that he was very possessive of that 40, and he had great reluctance he didn't want to give it to Dominic Johnson because it made him feel sketch that everybody wants his 40. So you're saying he never asked for his 40 back during the ride to Devin Peterson's?
I don't recall that taking place, sir, no.
So you lost track of the 40 at this point completely? You don't know where it's at during the ride?
Dominic or Eric has it at that point, sir, yes.
So you don't know which one?
No.
You don't know if it was in a backpack or in a waistband or on somebody's lap?
No, I don't think I did.
So that's about a, what, 20-minute drive or more than that from Connect River Road to Devin Peterson's?
Yeah, maybe 25 minutes.
Yeah, let us in on all the conversations that took place during that 20-minute drive.
When we pulled out, this is stuff that I specifically remember. After David was shot, when we pulled out, a mile up, a mile, maybe more, maybe less, that's when Austin was like, well, this is serious. You guys can't talk about it, because basically he was like, I just murdered David. You understand that this is serious. Like, can't tell anybody, can't talk to the cops.
Well,
If
let me ask you this.
anybody tries to talk to the cops,
Why did-
David might not be the only one to disappear.
Why did he have to do that? All of you seemingly were on board with the whole plan. You were pretending to be on board. You gave suggestions as to where David should be murdered.
Objection. The question is, why would Austin do that?
Yep.
That calls for speculation.
They have foundation, I guess. I can't see how you would know.
Right? None of you guys gave Austin Barrett any indication that you were not on board with this through your actions or your words.
I don't think so, no.
Right. But despite that, you're saying he is schooling everybody about not talking about the murder because it's serious. Like, did anybody have to be reminded that it was serious?
I think he did it just to flesh out any doubts that if they talked to the cops that they would be shot too.
All right, no, in your, it sounds, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like what your testimony is, like you're taking your December 6th interview and you're replacing Austin's name where Eric Allmendinger's name used to be in your December 6th interview, right?
That's what he wanted me to do, sir, yes.
So that's what we're doing now?
That's what Austin wanted me to say, sir.
He gave you a full coaching of what to say to the troopers?
I wouldn't say a full coaching, but he covered it pretty good, sir.
Okay, go ahead. You got, what, 20 more minutes of conversation in the Bronco. What happened with David's stuff?
Somewhere a little bit before the turnoff, I don't remember who said that they should get rid of David's phone, but Eric broke it. He broke it in half and threw it out the window.
No, and then what about his other belongings, his watch, his wallet, his penknife? What happened to those things?
I don't recall a watch or a penknife or any of that stuff, sir.
What belongings do you recall?
He dropped a wallet and his phone into my lap, sir.
And who took the money out of his wallet?
I don't know. I picked it up and I set it on the center console, sir.
Was that the money used to buy the gas, to burn his truck?
I don't know, sir. I know Eric has money.
From what?
Selling weed.
What else is discussed?
There's discussion about what to do with the truck or where people were going to go. I don't remember who exactly initiated talking about the truck or where to go. It's stuff like that.
And let me guess, you're just being quiet during all these conversations, right?
After After somebody brought up burning the truck, I said, let's go to Devon's and we could get gas cans there.
So you were on board with burning the truck?
At that point, I could not go along with it.
Because why?
Well, to me, I felt that if I would have said something, or they'd have been like, all right, he's chickening out, we gotta shoot him.
But to put it in context, as you say,
Yes.
you hung around with all these guys a lot before the 13th of November, right?
Before the 13th, we did hang out a lot, yes.
To put it in context, you communicated and hung out with these guys after the 13th, right?
Yes, I did, sir.
And then, so you suggest Devin Peterson's house, right?
Yes, sir.
And now you know that you were involved in this, and you know that if you're gonna go to Peterson's, you're gonna drag him into this, right?
That was not necessarily why we did.
Or are you still living in this fantasy that the police will never catch up with you guys?
Living in a fantasy,
Right. Because we know that's
I don't
what it was.
understand.
Your Honor,
sir.
I object. This is not a legal interrogation in a trooper post where these strategies are useful and legal. This is a courtroom.
I didn't know there-
Kalachek is an attorney, and he keeps cutting off Mr. Renfro when he tries, he's struggling to give
I
context.
know he's struggling, Judge.
Okay, here's the deal. Mr. Kalachek, you do have to ask questions. You can't just make statements. You have to have
Well,
a question at the end of
it's a
every
leading- no, I can
question.
make this
You can make
leading-
leading, but you
leading.
do have to end it with a question.
Yeah.
And you guys' objections, you just have to kind of keep them to what the point is. We don't need any arguments beyond what the court wants to hear.
You drug Devin Peterson into this? Yes?
Not intentionally.
Who, was the phone call made to him before or after you suggested going to his house?
After, I'm not sure, sir.
And you don't know, do you know who made the phone call?
Dominic,
What
I don't
was this-
remember.
What did you hear from his end of the conversation?
I don't really know what was discussed on the phone, sir.
Now, you said, did the group realize that they had screwed up by turning the phones on in the butte, right?
I don't think they did.
No?
I don't think they did, no.
Well, there was talk right at Elmeninger's house, there was talk about turning everybody's phone off, right?
See, I don't,
That's what you testified about.
yes, that happened, yes.
So you're saying that they didn't think, there was no conversation in the Bronco about, oh, we just screwed up, we called somebody, turned their phone on, now we could be tracked?
I don't know what they thought, sir.
You didn't, no, I'm asking about conversation, not thinking. Was
I
there any
don't think
conversation
The
about that?
conversation did not come, no.
And then what did everybody, once you suggested going all the way across the valley to Peterson's, what did people say?
Is- They pretty much agreed.
But they called your other ideas stupid before.
Well, they thought they were stupid ideas. They guess they thought this one was not a good idea.
So then it's off to Peterson's?
Yes, sir, we went there. We went to Devon's.
Johnson still driving?
Yes, sir.
Are you still high?
Hi, yes.
Can you tell whether the others are high just by looking at their demeanor
I don't
and
know
what
if,
they were talking about?
I don't know if they were high or not.
You've seen high people before though, right?
Yes, sir, but I don't specifically remember staring at their faces or how they were moving and stuff.
And what else was discussed during that long ride from the Knick River Road all the way to Devin Peterson's in Meadow Lakes?
What to do with the truck, pretty much. That's the only thing that sticks out in my mind, sir.
So was there discussions about where to burn the truck before you got to
A little bit, but it wasn't like didn't commit to any of it.
Well, what suggestions were made and by whom during the ride to Peterson's?
I don't remember specifically, sir.
Was it talked about how much gas was needed to burn a truck?
I don't think so, no.
But everybody was on board with burning the Bronco, correct?
Everybody, after the suggestion was made and planned to go, after I suggest we go to Devon's to get gas cans, everybody agreed.
Now, did you suggest Devens because he was always up for this gang-type activity?
No, sir, it's because a little bit that I wanted to get out, but even if I couldn't stay there, that he might give us gas cans. I was just trying to make it look like I was a part of this.
Just like you were making it look to the cops that you were cooperating during the interviews, right?
Yes, sir.
So Bradley Renfro looking out for number one.
And I mean, Austin didn't just threaten me. He said if he couldn't get a hold of me, he'd go for Alyssa or my mom or whoever he could get a hold of. He knows where my dad's house is.
Well, I suppose he could have shot you at Nick River Road too, right?
Absolutely, sir, he could have.
He could have shot you at the in the Bronco.
Absolutely, sir, he could have.
He could have shot you. He could have gone with you to burn the Bronco and shot you in the process and put your body in the Bronco, right?
Absolutely, he could have.
But he didn't do any of those things, right?
No, he didn't.
Johnson, well, let's talk about this. So Barrett stays at Peterson's, they're buddies. They were talking when he got there, obviously?
Yeah.
Was Devin Peterson mad that you guys came to his house? You observed the interaction between the group and Devin Peterson. Was he mad when he came out on the draw, when his mother
It's
came
a
out?
misstatement of the facts, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr.
How do we
Provost.
know, I mean.
He was there.
These are not facts and evidence. These are being created to set him up.
So,
He was there. We had testimony from Miss Peterson about how dark it was and how the car was
I'll ask
parked.
that, were you at Devin Peterson's house?
Yeah, we were parked at the bottom of his driveway, sir.
Were you there with Eric Almendinger?
Eric Almendinger was
Were
there.
you there with Dominic Johnson?
Dominic Johnson was there.
Were you there with Austin Barrett?
Yes, he was there.
Were you there with Devin Peterson?
Devin Peterson was at his house, yes.
Was Devin Peterson angry that you guys brought the truck and yourselves to his property that night?
I mean, Devin's always loud anyway. I don't know if I would have perceived him to be
This
angry at that
foundation
point,
is
sir.
inadequate, Your Honor.
He's best friends.
He's got,
Lay a foundation on his contact with Devin Peterson that night.
You have been at Devin Peterson's house many times.
Yes,
You were good buddies with Devin Peterson.
I thought so, yes.
Alana Peterson has witnessed you at her house many times.
Yes, sir.
Alana Peterson has testified that she has photographs of you and Austin Barrett sleeping face to face at her house.
relevance?
Knowledge of,
These questions have nothing to do what he's getting at. He has not made that foundation connection that.
Let him finish, Mr.
right,
Provost.
you
Get to the point with Mr. Peterson.
know how Devin Peterson acts.
Yes, sir.
Right, exactly. Was he angry on that day when you guys came over there with the Bronco?
Speculation then. There's no foundation
that's
that they
not-
had
that-
any
that's-
contact.
Well,
He's using,
He's not gonna know whether his best friend is
What his
angry.
okay, stop, everybody. You need to ask him if you've had contact that night. That's the foundation.
Well, I already
at
did.
that time. He's asking, was he angry at that time? Not his
Exactly.
reputation for his mood
Mr.
swings.
Provost, if he lays the foundation, they had contact that night, he can ask him what he witnessed.
He already said he had contact with Devin.
Go ahead. Go ahead and answer the question.
Like I said, Devin's loud anyway, and he gets animated pretty easily. I don't know if I would have been like, "Hey, Devin's angry," that type of thing. I don't know if I would have thought that. When I seen him, I didn't think he was that angry, sir.
Did you get the gas cans from the property?
No.
Who did?
When everybody got out of the truck, when we parked it right at the bottom of the driveway, Devin came like within 10 feet of the truck. Everybody got out, and all I did was move closer to the passenger door, and I kind of stuck my head. I didn't get out of the truck, sir. But that's why I'm saying I'd seen Devin that night, but he was only like, you know, he was loud and he's being yelling kind of, but he yells
Back
anyway.
to my question, who got the gas cans?
I don't. I think Eric passed it to me.
How did you ask Devin to stay at his house if you didn't get out of the truck?
He came over to the truck to see whose truck it was, but he wasn't being loud and animated.
What'd you say to him?
I asked him if I could get out here, and that's when Austin and everybody came over by the passenger door too. Austin was like, "No, I'm trying to stay here tonight. I asked your mom if I could stay here." And Devin's like, "Well, I'm gonna let Austin stay here."
Why was it a either or on that night when you guys stayed, both of you guys stayed there before on other nights?
I didn't want to be with Austin after that, sir.
So you asked, did Devin say no right away?
No, Austin kind of cut him off. He was like, "Well, can I? No, I want to stay here. You know, ask your mom if I can stay. I don't got anywhere else to go tonight." And Devin he just sided with Austin.
Did he go back inside to talk to his mom, like you just said?
After we left, I don't know what he did, sir.
Well, you just said Austin asked Devin to go and ask his mother whether Austin can stay. So did Devin go and ask his mother whether Austin could stay?
Not while we were there, sir, no.
So he just said, fine, I don't need to ask my mom?
Pretty much, that's how Devin does it anyway, sir.
So you're saying you abandoned efforts to stay at his house because Austin got the first draw, right?
I mean, what am I going to try and convince Devin otherwise? He already said, "Hey, I'm going to let Austin stay."
Did Devin knew you guys were going to burn the Bronco, right? I mean, there was a phone call made to him saying, "We're on our way. We need the gas cans."
Yes, sir.
So he knew that the group was engaged in criminal activity, or at least going to be engaged in criminal activity, right?
Yeah, he said to burn the truck and that he would give us gas cans, yes.
And you're one of his best friends.
I considered him to be one of my best friends.
And
I guess
he didn't
consider me to be one of his best
He
friends.
didn't say, "Bradley, what's up? Why are you guys burning this nice truck?" when he came and saw you in the back of the Bronco.
See that they probably discussed it on the phone call. So I don't know what Devin was saying on the other end of the phone call. I just know what Dominic said he said.
So he came up to you. I'm still trying to get this straight in my head. He came to you and he did what when you were sitting in the Bronco?
He just kind of came to look at the truck. He was just like, I don't remember what he said exactly, but he's just like, he said something like, "So you guys are gonna burn the truck?" And everybody else was kind of around the passenger seat too, and they were like, I said, "Well, you think I could stay here tonight? I want to hang out tonight." And then Austin cut Devin off before he could answer. And he basically said, "I want to stay here. Can you go ask your mom if I could stay here?"
So Devin wasn't even fazed by you guys saying you're going to burn the truck, right?
Calls for speculation.
I
It's
don't
his
know.
friend.
I don't know what he was thinking, sir.
He answered it.
Almeninger brings 2 gas cans into the truck, and you've been sitting in the back seat the whole time, chilling, as you put it in your interview.
In my interview, I said that yes. I was sitting in the back seat, yes, sir.
You know a lot of Peterson too, right?
Who?
Alana.
Alana, yes.
And did you know she was home?
I assume that, yes.
Because it was late on Sunday?
Yes, sir.
So then, was the plan already in place as to where to go get gas after you got the gas cans from Devin Peterson's?
The plant, can you
Right.
repeat that, sir?
Yeah, you guys talked in the Bronco before you got to Peterson's about burning the truck, getting the gas can from Peterson's. Was there also talk about where to get gas?
Yeah, it was just from one of the gas stations. There's 2 gas stations nearby. One at the bottom of the Johnsonville Road or Johnson Road. There's a gas station right there. I think it was closed that night.
And did Austin Barrett say in the ride to Devon's that he was bailing out on you guys?
That wasn't discussed, sir.
So, but he does bail out, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So he's gone, right?
Yes, sir.
And his gun is gone.
He doesn't have his gun, yes.
What's that?
He has his gun with him, yes.
Right. So that leaves you and Elmeninger and Johnson, right? And you don't see the other gun.
Not until we get to the gas station, no.
Okay, somebody pulls it out at the gas station?
Eric had it at that point, yeah.
How did he get to Eric?
See, I don't know, sir. I lost track of it.
Well, let's keep going from Peterson. So you don't see the gun. Peterson chose Barrett over you said, right?
Yes, sir.
The gas cans are put in the back seat with you.
Yes, sir.
Johnson resumes as the driver in the truck,
Yes, sir.
and Elmeninger is the front passenger, right?
Yes, sir.
David's belongings are still in the truck, his wallet and such?
I don't know what happened to those, sir. Like I said, I put it in the front seat, and that's,
And are you still high at Peterson's house?
I'd say I was still a little high, yes.
And then tell us about the conversation after the 3 of you are in the truck.
After we burned the truck,
No, after Peterson's house.
okay, we, there was a gas station at the bottom of the hill, but Dominic said he looked over and it was closed while we were at the intersection where Johnson meets the Parks Highway, I think it's called. So we went down to the Holiday, but there's a driveway or 2 right before the Holiday, and Eric said, "Pull in here." There, the Holiday has cameras. Pulling down here, and Eric said, "Well, I'm not going to get gas. One of you guys have to go get gas." And that's when Dominic said, "Well, Bradley hasn't done anything to participate in this yet, so, Bradley, you should go get the gas."
Well, let me ask you this. The murderer is gone at this point
The murderer is gone, yes, sir.
with his weapon.
With his weapon, yes,
And
sir.
now it's you and your 2 other buddies, right?
It is me, Dominic, and Eric.
Right. But they're bad guys at this point because of what happened earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. I mean, was there any conversation about abandoning this, calling it quits? Hadn't it been a long enough night already?
They did not discuss it, no.
There was no conversation amongst the 3 of you to just call it quits?
No.
And you're saying there's talk about not being detected at the Holiday gas station?
They didn't want us to go to, or Eric didn't want to go there because there was cameras, and Dominic, it seemed, didn't want to go because there was cameras, because he's basically like, "Well, you haven't done anything, so you should go get the gas."
Yeah, but you saw the video, and Dominic makes a guest appearance on the video at the pumps, right?
Yes, sir.
So if he's so concerned about not being seen on camera, why is he walking out there casually with the phone to his ear?
See, that's what I was assuming, that Dominic didn't want to be on camera either. That's why he made that statement.
And he was on the phone with Peterson, as you know from the phone records, right?
I know that now.
You're
yes.
standing right next to him. What are they talking about?
Dominic was saying something about, yeah, Brad's getting the gas. He went in, we didn't go in. He said whoever was on the other side of the phone said something, and Dominic kind of laughed. I don't remember the.
So
I don't know what they were
Johnson has
talking
given
about.
Peterson a blow-by-blow of what's going on at the gas station, essentially.
Yeah, I thought he was talking to Austin or Eric. That's what I was thinking. I didn't know he was talking to Devin.
And Elmendinger's waiting in the Bronco.
Yes, sir.
And again, you guys are intending on burning the Bronco. That's why you're getting gas.
Yes, sir.
And are they 5-gallon cans?
I don't
Okay.
know how big they were, sir.
You fill them up completely?
Yes, sir.
And do they have lit spouts or not?
No.
Or
there was
caps?
no lid- No, there was no caps.
So when you're driving, you're in the back seat and the gas cans are splashing around,
Yeah, a little bit, sir.
going on you and going on the seat and everything?
It was going on the seat. It didn't get on me.
And then this is when you say in your direct testimony that you had this notion of calling some kind of Navy SEAL or special ops guy?
No, I was calling my friend's mother, sir. I had told Dominic that I wanted to call Alyssa to see if I could go over still later that night. But
What-
I
Okay, go ahead.
but I had called Pam instead because we're right there at that holiday gas station. And, you know, I could have said something generic like, hey, Pam, it's me,
Let me
Brad.
Stop you there. You're getting the gas at 10:55. The phone call to the number is 11:30.
Yes, sir.
So I know you didn't spend a half hour at the getting gas.
No, sir.
So when did you call that number?
11. I don't remember the exact time, sir. We were driving the back way.
When was the last time you saw Chris McAllister?
Maybe a month before that. I don't know specifically the day that I seen Chris. I've
Does he have a
always-
vehicle?
No, he doesn't.
And was this a cell phone you were calling or what?
His mom's, yes.
But you never left a message.
No, sir.
Now, had his mother picked up, you're sitting with two bad guys.
Yes, sir.
What are you going to tell her? Had Pam picked up the phone, what are you going to tell her?
I could have said, hey, you know, it's me, Brad. I was calling to see if I can come over that night. I could be real generic. She was kind of like I would say a third mother to me. I call her
And-
Mama Pam. I could come over to her house at 2 a.m. and they'd be awake and I could just come over and hang out.
All right, now we know she didn't answer,
Yeah, no, she didn't.
but this is what's going on through your mind. Then she says, yes, come over, Bradley. What are you going to tell the two bad guys in the truck with you?
We were driving up right by the road.
Okay,
In my mind at that time, I thought maybe I could say, hey, I'm going to use the bathroom or something, pull over or something, and I could get out and run. I don't know. Pam's boyfriend at the time, Mike, I think his name is.
now this is the timing where you're really calling to catch her.
Galachek, let him finish.
All right,
He was
finish
in
up.
the middle of his statement, so.
Pam's boyfriend at the time. He's ex-military. Pretty sure he said he was special ops. You know, like he was teaching me and Chris like hunting techniques and you know how to throw throwing knives and stuff, and kind of told us stories about Afghanistan.
No, okay, but it's the same situation as you're in with the troops.
Still cut them off.
All right, Afghanistan, go on. What else did he do?
I thought that maybe, you know, if I could get there, it's only 11:30 at night. They're up all night anyway. I thought.
Let's compare this to November 26th, when you were stopped by the troops.
I have to keep objecting.
I think
until-
he was done. Were you done, Mr.?
Were you pausing or?
I was done, sir.
Okay, thank, compare this to November 26th, all right? Hold that thought about the special ops guy. You were taken away from the group by Trooper Carlton Ballesteros, and they
Yes, sir.
explained to you they were highly experienced troopers, and Ballesteros is a pretty big guy, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's the same situation on November 26th. If you wanted somebody to protect you, to fight for you, you had those two guys, and and you were alone with them, and the others were in the car, right? And you know troopers carry guns, they're highly trained. Same situation, right?
But how could I know that they would arrest Austin at that time? You know, if I would have said, hey, this is what happened, Austin's in the truck right there, go get him, and then they can't just arrest somebody off that.
Right. In the same way, how would you know that this husband of Pam would fight off the two bad guys you were with? It's just speculation, right?
Mike, he used to call me and Chris as his two adopted sons because I was over there so much.
But on all this, again, we are taking Bradley Renfro's word for it that that's the reason you were calling that house, right? Because
Yes,
the
sir.
phone call never went through.
No, sir, she didn't pick up.
Now, there is a pattern of you suggesting locations for crimes to be committed. Would you agree with me?
Depends on the intention, sir, but
Well-
I suggested Coal Hills and Jims Creek, yes, but not as a crime scene.
Let's take it, you suggested going to Devin Peterson's for the gas cans.
Yes, sir.
You suggested going to the Baldy/Little Sioux area because you'd camped there before.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you're the one that's familiar with that area, not Eric Almeninger and Dominic Johnson, right?
See, I don't know if they were or not. I know that I've been there with Dominic before when we were riding four-wheelers. I don't know if Eric was familiar with that area or not, sir.
Well, you would, because you were there driving to that area. Somebody had to be giving directions, turn here, go there, go up this lane.
Dominic knew where Baldy was, sir.
He knew where what, but you suggested going to Baldy.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And who was the one that dumped all the gas on the Bronco?
It was me and Eric, sir.
You had one can and Eric Almeninger had the other can
Yes, sir.
and poured all of it on the inside
Yes, sir.
and on the door panels?
I don't.
And who lit it?
I lit it, sir.
And what we missed is, okay, this 40 caliber. Did it make a reappearance sometime during this evening?
Yeah, at the gas station, I seen Eric with it. I don't. When Dominic was calling the cab, I think he had it in his hand when we were walking across the bridge.
Oh, they switched the guns off between the two of them at Baldy?
Yeah, I assume so, yes.
Well, I'll assume.
Well, see, I don't know exactly when they switched it off. You asked when it reappeared. I was telling you times that I specifically remember seeing it, sir.
You were saying that after Devon's, you saw both of those guys with the 40 on various occasions. Right.
I seen Eric with it at the holiday when we parked, and I seen Dominic with it in his hand when he was walking when we were over the bridge.
How about the business of smoking marijuana? So is the high wearing off at this point before you burn the Bronco?
I would say so, yes. We didn't smoke or drink any part through this.
Well, there was statements made that you smoked at the bridge before you burned the Bronco.
Yes, sir, that was a lie.
Why would you inject that lie into the interview?
I don't know, sir.
Now, in terms of your suggestions, in the interview, you also said that they wanted to call a cab to get picked up right on that trail where the Bronco was burned, and you said it was stupid, right?
It is, yeah, I
Yeah.
told him that basically they wouldn't be able to find us back here. Probably go up to the bridge.
Well, if the phone works, you can talk to the cab and direct them anywhere you want to, right? It's not a matter of finding somebody. If you leave a phone number, they can call you and say, where are you?
Well, I don't know how. I don't. I thought that it'd be hard. That's what my reasoning for that was.
Well, I mean, you thought it'd be stupid to get picked up next to a smoldering Bronco, right?
That was up the road a little bit, or up the trail.
Somebody could smell the smoke, the burning plastic, the burning fiberglass, the burning rubber.
Yes, sir. They could. I don't know if they'd be able to smell it from inside of a vehicle, sir.
Now, this thing I mentioned with Carlton Ballesteros, you said you got together with Austin earlier in the day?
Austin got together with me, sir.
Yeah, and the crew in the car was who?
Mallory, Taven, Dominic's little brother, Alyssa, or Mallory was driving. Taven was in the front seat, a passenger seat, and Alyssa was on the left side of me. I was
Whose
in the
vehicle
middle.
was it?
Mallory's.
And what time did Austin hook up with you that day?
It was earlier that day, sir. I don't remember exactly when.
Where at?
I don't remember exactly when.
No, where?
I don't know exactly where, sir. I think it was at Alyssa's because that's where Mallory picked us up.
And you don't know how Austin got there either?
He just came down to, he was texting me from Dominic's phone, and he wanted to basically come hang out with me or come see what I was doing. I don't know what his pretext was.
Was that a party day before you got got stopped by the troopers or not?
We didn't have any marijuana that day, sir.
Just hanging out?
Yes, sir.
How many hours did you spend with them that day?
I don't remember. It was sometime in the afternoon.
4 hours?
It was because we went to Taven's house that night, and
Well, no, I'm talking about before you got pulled over by the police.
maybe, I don't know exactly how long. He came over sometime in the afternoon.
A number of hours?
3.
And what did you guys do during that time?
I don't know. He just was kind of just checking in.
For 3 hours he was checking in?
Well, he didn't have anywhere to go that night, and he wanted to stay at the shed with me.
So what were you guys doing for those 3 hours?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
No idea at all?
I don't specifically remember what I was doing for those 3 hours on November 26, 2016. No, sir.
But you're telling me you were sober during that day?
Yes, sir.
But you have no idea what you and Austin Bear were doing for 3 hours?
I don't remember what happened 2 years ago, sir. Almost 3.
Now, that was on the 26th. Now, and you know, according to your testimony at trial, Austin Barrett is the shooter in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're hanging out with him for 3 hours on the 26th, right?
He wanted to come hang out with me, sir.
And then you were having Thanksgiving dinner with the murderer.
What page you on?
I'm not. I'm just going from the testimony. You were having Thanksgiving dinner at Misty Johnson's house with the person who murdered David Grunwald.
Taven invited him, yes.
You were literally saying thanks with the person who murdered David Grunwald, right?
I don't remember saying thanks for Thanksgiving, sir.
Who else was at Thanksgiving dinner?
It was me, Alyssa, Misty, Sammy, Taven, and Austin.
And how long were you with Austin Barrett at Misty Johnson's house on Thanksgiving Day?
He got kicked out the next day, sir.
Well, remember my question. How long were you with him on Thanksgiving Day?
from whenever he came over to the next morning.
Yeah, I can't accept the whenever he came over. I'm asking you,
I don't specifically remember. It was a couple hours before we got picked up from Alyssa's, then the stop, then we went over to Taven's, and then
okay, let's back up. When did you get together with Austin Barrett on Thanksgiving, which was the 24th, I believe, the Thursday?
okay.
When did you get picked up on that day?
I don't remember, sir.
What?
I don't remember when I got picked up.
How did you hook up with Austin on that day?
Like I said, he was texting me on Dominic's phone.
About what?
I don't. He wanted to come hang out.
And you responded?
Well, yes, of course I responded, sir.
Oh, because he's terrorizing you and you wanted to make sure that,
Is that a
He-
question?
why did you respond to him? He just murdered David Grunwald.
Well, because I didn't want him to think that I was ignoring him or whatever, make him think that anything was up.
So where did the two of you meet on Thanksgiving Day?
Alyssa's? I don't remember specifically.
What time did you meet?
See, I can't tell you an exact time, sir.
Austin didn't have a vehicle during that time, right?
No, he didn't.
And Dominic Johnson didn't have one either, right?
No, he didn't.
And you didn't have one.
No, sir.
So you don't know where you met Austin, what time you met Austin, how he got there, you don't know any of those things?
Not exactly, no, sir.
Do you know how much time you spent with him before you went to Misty Johnson's house, at least?
We went from Alyssa's, I don't know specifically, sir.
Hours, a few hours?
A couple hours at least, yes.
And then a few more hours at dinner?
Yes, sir.
And what happened during that time, a couple hours before Thanksgiving? What were you and Austin Barrett doing?
We were at Alyssa's. He got dropped off at Alyssa's.
At the shed?
He walked up to the shed, yes.
And what were you guys doing on Thanksgiving? Partying?
No, we didn't have marijuana that day, sir.
Positive? Because you,
I didn't have any, and Austin doesn't have money for that.
so what were
sir.
you guys doing for a few hours before you went to Misty Johnson's?
Talking, I guess. I
About
can't.
what?
Sir, I don't remember the exact conversation I had almost 3 years ago, sir.
How'd you get to Misty's?
We walked from. So on Thanksgiving, Taven texted Alyssa. That's the wrong day. I'm confusing a different day with Thanksgiving, sir. Me and Alyssa were at my dad's house, and Austin was texting me on Dominic's phone, and he wanted to know what we were doing for Thanksgiving. My dad didn't really want us, me and Alyssa, to be there, and he wanted to send us to it's like community Thanksgiving thing. I don't know exactly where it was, but Austin had shown up by then.
How?
I don't know, sir. I assume Dominic's grandma or somebody dropped him off. When we were at my house, my dad's house, my dad was kicking us out, and after we left, that's when we walked to Dominic's. I was confusing that with a different
Mr.
date.
Johnson's house
To Dominic's mom's, yes.
for Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving, I was
And
confusing.
Dominic shows up that evening after dinner,
He came to get a phone charger.
that's all? He literally came in and just got a phone charger?
Yeah, we were sitting down at the table still, and Dominic just came through the front door, walked up to Taven's room, grabbed the phone charger, and left.
And you and Austin spent the night, you had a sleepover at Misty Johnson's, you and the person who murdered David Grunwald, right?
Yes, Austin slept on the couch, and me and Alyssa slept on the floor in Taven's room, and Taven slept in his, or no, Taven slept on the couch in his room
Why did Austin get kicked out?
because Missy said he was acting suspicious. Like he kept looking real weird at everybody. Like he was giving off weird vibes at the table. And she thought, and he kept like walking away, like outside to answer phone calls and stuff.
And you were on edge, right? Because you say you were scared of him, and you're right next to him. You weren't acting strange either?
I didn't sit right next to him, sir.
No, I'm saying, like, this is a guy you're saying that you were really scared of during this whole time, right?
Yes,
And you were just acting normal?
I was as normal as I could, sir.
No, so going back to, you told us that you're testifying because you want to give some closure. You had an opportunity to give closure on the 26th, right?
Absolutely, sir.
And you had the opportunity to give closure on the 30th, right?
I did.
Now, again, back to the issue of, you were telling the truth to Sergeant Wegson, saying you wanted to cooperate on the 30th.
I wanted to, but I couldn't.
I
I
don't
weighed the-
understand that. You have to explain that to me.
I weighed the risks, and I wasn't gonna cooperate. But
November 30th, you were at a police station.
yes, sir, I was.
Your mother was there.
Yes, sir, she
Sergeant
was.
Wegson was there.
Yes,
The Wasilla Police Department was there.
yes.
And then we covered the fact that you had conversations with Almendinger right after your interview, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you can't tell us what the deleted messages were?
I'm calling Eric afterward. I'm fairly positive that I was telling him about the interview and that the cops had talked to me.
And then, what contact did you have with Barrett, Johnson, or Almendinger between the 30th and the 2nd? Johnson's grandmother's house? Or was that after the 2nd?
That was after the hotel, sir.
So where did you live between the 30th and the 2nd? Let's start off with that.
I stayed at my brother Alan's a couple times. From the 31st. And then the first, I think, the first, I think I got kicked out that night. And that's why the morning of the 2nd, the troopers. So on the 1st, Alyssa didn't have anywhere to go. So this is my grandparents' garage, and the upstairs has the ladder. There's a ladder to the upstairs that you can't see from the downstairs. You can't see upstairs. So I told Alyssa to come over and go up there because she didn't have anywhere else to go.
Where's this?
In my brother's house.
In Anchorage.
No. It's in the Butte up in
Is it, which brother is this?
Allen,
Oh, so he was the one you were living with, right?
in Anchorage.
And you guys
But-
didn't get along? Then he's living in the valley later?
Yes, sir.
And you went back to his house?
My mom pretty much told him that I was going to stay there.
You know, on the second, so the troopers got you that room, that was on the first, on the evening of the first, or early morning hours of the second, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were still pretending to be a cooperator with them, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't tell them that you had communications with Eric Almeninger right after they asked you not to talk to any of these people?
I told my mom. That's the only person that I told, sir.
Well, you were still trying to blame all this on Almeninger, right? With your mom?
To my mom,
Yeah, we'll get to that in a bit.
I didn't tell her at that point that I was involved with it.
Was Alyssa with you when you checked into this room at the Valley Hotel?
Yes, sir.
And then, how did the others find out that you were at the Valley Hotel?
Alyssa was playing on her phone, and I think she put Snapchat has a story feature. So if you take a picture and put it on your story, it'll say when the picture or video was, and it'll be on your story for the next 24 hours. And I think it was Dominic that called Alyssa's phone.
And who picked up?
Alyssa did, but then she handed me the phone, and Dominic said, well, you guys are at a hotel? And I told him pretty much, yeah, my brother kicked me out. The troopers bought us a hotel because we didn't have nowhere to go. You know, they didn't want us to freeze, and they were like, well, what the troopers came to talk. They kind of were like, well, what did the troopers talk to you about? Why were they picking you up at, I don't remember exactly what time, but he said the time in the morning, and he was with Dominic. Dominic was with Devin, I met, and Austin. And
Well, I mean, we've already seen you have a pretty good ability to lie. Why didn't you just tell them we're not at a hotel?
Objection?
because, okay.
What's the objection?
This, starting off a question with a statement like that is gratuitous, it's inflammatory, it's inappropriate.
The question was, given his ability to lie, why didn't he lie?
I think it's a fair question. Why didn't he fabricate?
No,
Go ahead.
it wasn't given his ability. We know, we spent days bringing out the lies in those interviews.
Exactly. So we all know he has the ability to lie.
I think the general question is, why did he tell him that story? And that's fine.
If you're so scared of these guys, why did you say, yeah, I'm at the Valley Hotel? Why didn't you say, no, I'm someplace else, and just let him go to the, end of the earth to try to find you?
Well, he seen the picture of me and Alyssa at the hotel.
So you could have said we left.
Because I didn't want to lie to them.
If you're so terrorized by Austin and the other bad guys, why didn't you tell your girlfriend not to post any stories on Facebook about your whereabouts?
I don't know. I didn't think about it, sir. I don't know that would have came to my mind.
So did they come over that morning?
Yeah, they came over.
Who came over?
Dominic, Austin, and Devin.
Dominic, Austin, Devin. Not Eric Almeninger.
No, sir.
And what starts happening?
They weren't being specific, but they were like, what did the cop, kind of just be like, well, what did the cops talk to you about? And Alyssa was there, so they weren't really elaborating on it very much. They were just like, well, they asked Alyssa what they talked to her about, to see, kind of if the stories.
Yeah, but you already communicated with Dominic Johnson on the 29th, which was after the 26th, right? He knew about that interview already.
The 26th, yeah, he did.
So they're asking about the 30th interview?
No, I told Eric about that. And
Right, so it would have got back to them anyway, right? So what are they asking about?
they're asking, because I told them the troopers bought the hotel room on the 2nd,
Why'd you do that?
because I didn't want to lie to them. It was on Alyssa's Snapchat. It was Like the troopers picked us up and bought us this hotel because we're out late. It was something like that.
Keep going,
I don't remember exactly
keep going.
what the Snapchat was, but she said something like that, and then they called Alyssa.
What time did they come over?
I don't know. I don't remember specifically, sir.
You don't remember at all? Whether it was 1 or 2 or 3 or 7?
I'd been up all day, and I was pretty tired at that point myself, sir.
So you can't tell us when they came.
Not specifically, no, sir.
How long did this conversation last between all of you?
About the cops.
Whatever you guys talked about.
Conversation about like the cops getting us the interview and getting us the room. That was maybe a couple of minutes. They didn't really elaborate in front of Alyssa.
Well, what did they say? So she's sitting there. Get specific about this.
I don't
And-
remember specifically what they were saying, but they were
You're in one room.
Objection. He is really trying to tell this part of the story, and he's been interrupted 3 times now. That
Well, let's break there, and then we'll come back and continue at this part for 15 minutes. Give the jury an afternoon break. Take a break for 15.